What is up? Only a Friday night. More people will be joining. Will be just me and Jerd tonight. I don't think Terrence is gonna be able to make it. As you can see, we back in the lab. We back home. Had a nice little vacation. But now we're back in Hawaii. DF, KH, Raymond James. What's going on, fellas? And tonight, man, any and every topic is on tabs tonight. Y'all know, I ain't done a triple shot in a while. So we're back at it. So like always, like, comment, subscribe, and share. Let's get this chat booming. Share the link. Let people know we on. About to do a little bit of cooking on a Friday night. Island Boys in the building. King Zay's in the building. Island Boy says, what up, Polk? No fam. Every day is a great damn day to be a damn Seminole. Say it again. As you see, the Hennessy sign is lit up, so y'all know what that means. So put your drink of choice if you're not working on this Friday night and you just home vibing. Put your drink of choice in the chat. I got Old Faithful, which is the Peach Crown. Again, like, comment, subscribe, and share. You are on 863 Seminole TV. And it's your boy Polk, aka A-Lo, aka the Gat. Damn truth. No, I ain't gonna bust no freestyles, Mark. What's going on with you? King said he got him some good old ginger ale at work. Top flight security of the world, Craig, my man, King Zay. Ain't nobody talking to you. Made in day. I'm hearing Tate should be ready for full camp. Tate who? Tate Rodemaker? Who we talking? Oh, Demore. Are we talking Demore? That's great news, Montre. After work, I'm hitting the liquor store. That's what I'm talking about. Main Day said it's a great day to be a Coral Gable hurricane. I wouldn't know. Because every day I wake up. Yes, ma'am.
Mommy said that you need to turn the music down.
Okay, move. Chico, what are you doing? Okay. Is this the channel of a 3-6 team named FSU? Soon, here we go. They love to hate us. You ever had Margaritaville tequila? So I'm not really much of a tequila drinker. So no, I've never had that one. Rice should be ready as well. All right, let's turn the music down a little bit. Jared, close the door for me.
Want me to take Chico?
No, you can leave them. We need rice. We need rice. What up, Smith? So once Jerry get here, we'll get into the... Dre, let him out. Boy, you was aggravating. You know that? Once Jerry get in there, we get into some topics. But again, you know, Friday nights, open forum Friday nights. You know what I'm saying? We just sipping, talking about whatever. William says, "What up, Pope?" William, what's up, my guy? About to sip on a little vodka and cran, old classic. Can't never go wrong with vodka and cranberry. Dennis the Menace. He's absolutely a menace. We got a dangbae, sorry. Now, know who else is a menace? That kid you hear in the background. Tequila's for pussies, essay. I see Miami landed them a little recruit today. Congratulations to the excuse me, I said Miami, to the Coral Gable Hurricanes. Picked up a solid athlete. Congratulations to you guys. I think that makes 4 in the class. Tolan decided to go outside the state, which is a blow. Tolan picked LSU. FSU was in the mix there for Tolan at the end. I didn't think we were really gonna land them. I would have loved them. Don't get me wrong, but Tolan decided to be a LSU Tiger. It is interesting that old Blake Baker stuffed them boys in the locker for that. But I'll let I'll let Coral Gables talk about that. Maiden Dade says, no cap, if we don't have T-Rob, we don't beat out Corey Raymond. Just calling it how I see it. Hopefully T-Rob stays longer than 2 years. Mark's laughing. Little recruit. Now they popping champagne like they won a championship ring or game. Ain't nobody popping no bottles. Let's see. Who else is on the schedule to commit here in July? I know Richardson commits, I believe, at the end of the month, sometime in the 21st of July or something like that. Richardson, if I'm not mistaken. Only reason I know that one because he's also a potential Florida State commit, so we'll see how that one goes. But who else Miami looking to nab here in the month of July? Because I heard from the grapevine that July was supposed to be a big month for the Hurricanes. So, we'll see. Blake Baker better be lucky that he even has a job. Well, LSU seems to be happy with them. Nobody popping nothing, but it was a good commit for us. Still a long road. If we beat Bama, I'm having Bel Air, Hennessy, all of that. If you beat Bama, I don't blame you, dog. I don't blame you. Again, man, hit the like button, comment, subscribe, and share. Haven't been on a Friday night in a while. Not in this type of vibe or setting. Again, we're going to have Jerg join us here shortly. And again, it's open forum Fridays. We will have a little bit but there's no real topic. We just kind of going with the flow. Acapella off the top, That's why we got the beat in the background. So bring all your smoke. Man, if you don't follow me on Twitter, you might want to. I had Florida fans going today. The funny thing about it is I told no lies. I had Florida fans telling me. So this actually was sparked by an LSU fan. LSU fan decided to drop his 2 cents and say something to the tune of, I can bring it up here. Matter of fact, bring my Twitter up real quick. He said FSU develops better DBs than UF? Question mark. LOL. Something to that nature. Matter of fact, I'll put the exact quote up. As soon as I get to my homepage, there we go. So yeah, I triggered all of them. So this is what he said. FSU developed better DBs than UF. Laughing my ass off. Whoa. Where I replied, show me a UF all-pro DB. I'll wait. And some of the comments are actually freaking hilarious. And I'll read them. As soon as I find, especially the ones I want to read. Hold on a second. So I got guys like, my name is Jeff. He says, you expect UF coaches to follow their DBs in the league. Their job is to get them drafted high, which they do better than FSU. And my reply to that is, you're telling me that all these UF DBs get no good coaching in the NFL? That none of them pan out? Really? That's the argument we're going with? That they're not getting developed in the league? Hilarious. Then I got people saying Joe Hayden. I'm looking for this specific tweet. I don't know if he deleted it. He may have deleted the conversation we had because I don't see it. Inside the swamp. There he is. Inside the swamp. Again, he responds with, wouldn't that be NFL coaches developing them? UF coaches can only control where they're drafted plus accolades in college. My reply was, so no UFDB is being developed in the NFL. Is that what you're telling me? He replies with Joe Hayden, Janoris Jenkins, Lito Shepard, Reggie Nelson, Keanu Neal, Marcus May, and Brian Poole. This is where I got him. This is where I triggered them. And this is kind of where I really shut down the conversation. They really didn't have any rebuttal. Joe Hayden, that's 2013 second team All-Pro. Congratulations. One time. Janoris Jenkins, y'all better stop claiming the dude who didn't even graduate from your college. Lito, that's the best name on the resume. And that was 20 years ago. Reggie Nelson, 2015 second team All-Pro. Neal has never made an All-Pro. May has never made an All-Pro. And Poole has never made an All-Pro. So if that's the name you're pushing out there, Gator fans, for DBU, Ohio State has a better claim to DBU than you do. And damn sure FSU and LSU does. His only rebuttal, well, don't you guys claim Randy Moss? No sensible FSU fan claims Randy Moss. We always talk about what could have been, but we don't claim Randy Moss as a Seminole. So that was some good stuff on Twitter earlier. That was some good stuff. Let's go back to the comments because I was reading Twitter. Maya King says Miami with the fake momentum. Tolan was a UM silent, apparently. He just publicly announcing the LSU, but it's not December. Kainze says the Suns in 5. Yeah, I think the Suns are going to take home the chip. I don't know if it's going to be in 5. Well, we'll see. We'll see how Milwaukee plays on at home, but I think the Suns are going to take the chip. Blake Baker just slapped y'all in the mouth. UF is where DBs die. No lies told there. T2Y is in the building. What's going on, T2Y? Blake Baker's defensive team got slapped in the... He damn sure did, Mark. He damn sure did. I guess Corey Raymond got slapped in the mouth as well. Miami finally got a recruit. Todd Pope, what's going on? Manny Diaz earned his money today. Man, fall camp around the corner. This offseason it is going by fast. We're already in July. Fall camp's going to start in August. Season's going to start in September. We're right there, man. We're right around the corner. I see Jurgen in the building. Give me 1 second, Jurgen, while I read these comments. We cooking in my one recruit, baby. Y'all cooking. Y'all cooking. The best cornerback back in the day was Lito Shepherd. I mean, that's the only guy I can think of. UF is Lito Shepherd. He's the only name to fame, but whatever. Let's bring Jurgen in here. 22 people in here, man. Hit that like button. Jurg, what's going on with you?
What's up, man? What's up, y'all? How y'all doing?
All right.
Excuse, my kids just tore up the room not too long ago. So.
Are you all good? Daughter okay?
Oh yeah, man. She just tripping, just bust up the inside of her lip, bro. So we good.
All right, good.
Yeah, we good, bro.
We just talking about whatever. I was waiting for you to kind of get in here and kind of.
Bro, I want to know why somebody said Lito Shepherd. I ain't heard that name.
You saw my Twitter line earlier. I got them UF fans were hot. And the only name that I kind of respect on that list is Lito Shepherd, to be honest with you.
You remember they had who was it? Keywan Ratliff was one of their big guys back in the day.
Somebody just mentioned him.
Yeah, man, Ratliff. As a Bucks fan, I never liked the Hargraves pick. I hated that when that happened. I don't know, man. They send a lot of first rounders, bro, but they don't. I can't think of one that's actually done some damage. I really can't. Really can't.
What you sipping on there?
Little Jameson.
As always.
Yeah, man, that's my go-to. But yeah, man, I heard y'all in the background here waiting, talk about our one recruit.
Yeah, we mentioned a little bit of it. Yeah, solid athlete, right?
Yeah. I just found out. So I haven't had my ears to that situation, but I learned today that he reclassified from 23 to 22. So the kid's only 16 years old. So I guess why everybody jumped on him when he reclassified is because he's 16 and he's, I think he's 6'6", 6'1", 175. So they see the body type. They see
high upside.
Yeah, super high upside. So yeah.
Definitely not a bad take. Good player.
Well, for us, we haven't had a really dope cornerback class.
You can correct me on this before you finish. But the last big time corner I remember you guys, not counting James, who, I mean, hell, is he even really a DB or linebacker?
We don't.
What is James?
Yeah.
And not counting him, but the last big time guy I remember is Tracy Howard.
Yeah,
that's the last big time guy I remember you guys getting.
We flipped Tracy from Florida, if I'm not mistaken. And I think after that, somebody could correct me if I'm wrong. The next highest guy might have been Al Blades Jr. That might have been the next highest guy that we've had since, obviously, Kamari Rogers now, but before that might have been Al Blades. Yeah, we haven't. That's why Rumpf was out of there. We haven't recruited that position well at all, So it is good to see that pay off a little bit, but we're kind of forced to play this patient game with the class right now, figuring out what the hell is going on. Nobody knows what's happening, but
shout out to Mayday. I appreciate the $9.99, $10.
There you go.
I appreciate you, Maiden Date. I'm gonna get me a little graphic. Then when I get these super chats, something pop up. But he said showing some love to the Step family.
Yeah. Man, what he said, man. Mark Jean, DBU won't do anything in the NFL. Absolutely.
And that was my argument to these guys, on Twitter. It's like, and then, what are we talking about? Like, okay, yes, you guys. The only credit I can give you is, okay, for whatever reason, the NFL continues to waste draft picks on you guys. And none of them ever pan out. The one and only rebuttal I got was, well, it's not the Gator, which I get it, but you're telling me that the Gators are the only team that's not developing corners. Like, I don't know. They blame the NFL coaches for those players' shortcomings, and I'm like, stop.
Come on. I mean, if you play defense, you play defense.
If you're a dog, you're a dog, bro. Come on.
It doesn't change anything. You know what I'm thinking about, Adrian, and you would love this comparison. This sounds very much like Clemson, doesn't it? If you wanted to compare it to another school,
I wouldn't even. I get where you're going. I wouldn't even compare Clemson to Florida.
really? Wow.
Florida's better than just defensive side of the ball. Florida has at least released guys like Javon Curse,
But that's 20, that's
Brandon
25.
Spikes.
That's 30 years ago, dog. That's Curse was the last dog that they had, right?
Right.
Can you agree on that?
Let me think. I mean, Reggie Nelson wasn't terrible.
He had a solid career.
Solid
You
career.
can give him Reggie, right?
But I can't think. Can we think of one Clemson defender that ever amounted to anything?
We're gonna be here for a minute.
Just name one that's even on, not Javon Curse's level, but maybe the step below. Like when you say Clemson defense, name the player that comes to mind in the NFL. You can't do it. You can't do it.
You got to go hit Google real quick.
You can't do it.
Google real quick.
I can't do it.
Oh man. Hold up. R.I.P. to Gaines Adams was a buck. I used to like him a lot. R.I.P. to him.
Rest in peace. Yes, rest in peace.
Yeah, he never. Cleveland Farrell's wasting everybody money and.
Bro, the only guy I can think of, and he wasn't good in the NFL either. I think injuries derailed him. But only reason Brian Dawkins. I forgot about Brian Dawkins. That's the only guy you got. That's the only guy you got. Brian Dawkins is fair.
Okay. But every program any big program has
at least that guy. Yeah, that guy.
Yeah.
The name I was gonna say, and the only reason I remember this name is because he was such a high profile high school athlete, is Daquan Bowers.
Oh yeah.
Like he was yeah. That's the only guy that pops off, for me.
I'm going through some of these names. If we're gonna talk about defense real quick. TJ Green, thought he was gonna be a monster. What was he? 6'3", 200, 4.3 speed. Mackenzie Alexander, he faded off.
You keep hurting yourself, son?
That's a tough list, man. So I don't know who DF is, but if you take out Emmitt Smith, excuse me, who else are you talking about?
We were strictly talking defense, but I mean,
but who else are you talking about?
From Florida, yeah, Emmitt Smith, and then Percy? Seriously?
But come on.
Fred Taylor. I mean, we won't disrespect
Fred. Yeah,
we won't disrespect Fred Taylor.
Fred.
That's probably it.
Dawkins. Again, you're damn right we back till, dog. We gonna carry 5 people in the class, my boy. 5 people in the class. What's up?
5 or 4?
Oh no, we're gonna finish with 5. The way y'all talking, we only gonna carry.
No one's talking.
What you called it? The kayak camp? Is that what you called it?
Not paradise camp. The kayak camp.
My man said I'm looking at these Clemson names, right? So this was in the 2010 draft. You remember Ricky Sapp? Anybody remember him? DN from Clemson? No. Cresdon Butler? No. Okay, cool. Chris Clemens.
The name sounds. I remember the name, but
he's from Florida. He's from Arcadia, Florida. Philip Merling. I haven't heard that name in a minute. Phil Merling was a Dolphin, first rounder. Yeah, wow. Man. Hey, this is really dry, bro. Ty Hill, he played for the Rams. This is really dry, bro.
It's bad. It's really bad.
God, that's sheesh. So it looks like Clemson. I mean, yeah, anything else? Yeah, I'm even trying to give them going back to the 90s to see if there's anything there, bro. There ain't nothing there, bro. Enough about that, man.
Clemson literally just became a household name.
Yeah, that's true. That's true. Wasn't Bowden's son at Clemson for like a decade or a half decade? Adrian, one of the Bowdens.
I think it was Terry Bowden.
Was it Terry at Clemson?
I think so. I know it was one of his sons. Obviously, I'm pretty sure it was Terry.
You know who the best Clemson defender of all time is? William the Fridge Perry. I'm pretty sure.
He's a Clemson Tiger.
Yeah, hold on. I gotta look it up. Yeah, he's a Clemson. So that's the only one.
So him and Dawkins. Okay,
Yeah.
fair.
You got a Hall of Fame D tackle and a Hall of Fame safety. Is Brian Dawkins in the Hall of Fame?
I don't know. I don't think so.
Yeah, man, this is bad, dog.
I don't think so.
Anyway, they got to do better. So what's up with y'all, man? You I know y'all got the gas under you right now. You know.
No, it's quiet now. You know.
Uh-huh.
They I think another dead period happened, if I'm not mistaken. So
yeah, I was gonna say, was this
Tommy.
the
Okay,
plan
my bad,
for
Tommy.
June to get through June with a big June, get some momentum going?
We're so with us. A lot of people kind of panicked because a lot of people expected after that spring game and they had all those kids there. The thought was that a lot of those guys were going to commit there. We came to find out a little bit later that a lot of those kids actually were already silent committed, and were waiting, and they were waiting for that last month of June to pop. So, all in all, FSU's been doing a pretty decent job on the recruiting trail. Can't be too mad at it.
Yeah, I think you could correct me if I'm wrong. Okay, first of all, Till Dog, that's crazy. I'm sorry, I just read that at the bottom.
Yeah.
I mean, right now for y'all, it's this class has to be a lot of depth, right? You got to get a big class in there, right? You got to bring in at least 22, 25.
So I think they're definitely going to be shooting for the mid-20s.
Right.
Which is fine. Like you said, I think definitely you got to have a big class.
Mm-hmm.
But what I like about the classes is not like they're just taking any and everybody.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, you're still talking about a lot of high-quality kids in the class so far. So, we'll, and the remaining targets, they're going to have to work for the remaining targets.
Sure.
But there aren't like any, 3-star guys kind of like you look at the remaining targets on the board, you're talking about, Pritchett, Armelia, Marvin Jones Jr., Coleman, 5-star wide receiver. Like you're talking, they got some big Skinner. They got some big time names that they're trying to close in on. So I'm happy that they kind of got the core of this class kind of locked in.
Mm-hmm.
From what it seems. It seems like everybody's pretty locked in. And they can kind of work on trying to maybe, if you have a solid season, you can work on trying to get some of these guys down the stretch.
Sure. I'm just going through it, looking at the guys.
Matter of fact, let me bring up
Yeah. So Pritchett. So if y'all land Pritchett at offensive tackle, are you letting one of them 3-stars walk, or are y'all going to take in 5?
Well, we don't have. Hold on. Let me bring this up. See, the guys that we have at tackle now are right tackles. A lot of people are saying preferably guards, though.
Okay, so you have no true
left tackle as of yet.
Okay.
So you get Pritchett. I mean, obviously, that's a legit true left tackle.
Mm-hmm.
Let me bring up the.
You think y'all got a shot at Armella still?
I heard LSU's really pushing for him.
Yeah.
So we'll see what happens with him.
I got a rule, bro, for these kids, at least Florida kids.
Matter of fact, let me pull up the just recruiting ranking. Go ahead.
If they leave Florida, and go to an SEC school, LSU is usually the only one I'm cool with. You know, I don't like to see him go to these corny schools like Auburn and you know what I'm saying?
I agree. I don't get the
Georgia.
Auburn. I don't get that either.
That's corny to me, bro. Like LSU, they okay, I get it. You know, Bama obviously is just
Right.
you know, but if you leave in Florida to go to Ole Miss, you know what I'm saying, and Mississippi State and A&M, like, come on, bro.
What positions do we want to look at? No, I got a question for you because this was kind of a little hot topic,
Mm-hmm.
and I have a problem with the Elite 11 and the way they grade these kids. But I want to talk about the Ja'Cory Brown and what did you think of his performance? I don't know if you followed it or.
I was on and off.
They said he kind of struggled out there.
Sure, but here's the thing. I don't think anybody was surprised by it because you weren't looking when you talk about committing Ja'Cory, excuse me, I want to say Ja'Cory, but Ja'Cory Brown, you weren't going into this saying, "Oh, I'm getting this polished passer." You know what I'm saying? I don't think anybody thought that. Struggling at the Elite 11, we'll see where he's at in 2 or 3 years.
No big deal. Big deal. What do you think?
None.
We got the measurable. 6'4", 205.
Yeah, he could run. He could gallop. He could really get downfield with his legs. But Adrian, if you were to go and look at Elite 11s in the past, like I had it up the other day, the Elite 11 for Jameis Winston's class. Outside of Jameis Winston, we never heard of any of them dudes. You know what I'm saying? So you really have to take. I mean, obviously it's a competition, and you want to see dudes compete well, right? And all that good stuff. But how much weight do you put in it long term? You know, was Andrew Luck an elite 11 quarterback? Like, I don't know.
No, I think he was a 3. Andrew Luck wasn't even highly recruited, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, it's just about how these kids are going to develop. Like I saw with what was it, Duffy? Because you got him up. Duffy was Mr. Anticipation, right? So what that sounds like to me is Duffy's probably got in the weight room, got to get in the weight room, improve on his velocity, right? And then in 2 years or whenever that happens, you'll be talking about a package that's a little bit more complete, right? Which you can combine that anticipation with a howitzer. You know what I mean? Yeah. So same thing for Ja'Cory. If you could just become consistent, you should be good in the system. We saw Lashley do it with what's the kid's name? The cornerback. Forget the kid's name. You know who I'm talking about, Alo. The Nick Marshall. You know what I'm saying?
Oh yeah, in Auburn, yeah.
Nick Marshall probably wouldn't even get an Elite 11 invite. You know, so we got to see it play out. I'm not worried about it.
Yeah, and I brought up Duffy because the problem I had with the Elite 11's grading scale. So by all accounts, Duffy was one of probably the top, 6 or 7 guys out there. But he didn't make the final cut in the Elite 11 because they grade 50% off of the drills they do and then 50% off their junior film. Now, what sense does that make?
What was the point?
Right. What's the point of going there and working out and going through the drills if you're holding half of my grade compared to and he didn't even compete last year in high school. Didn't even have a junior season.
Yeah. Yeah, that's whack.
He's originally a Cali kid who's transferred over to IMG. Right. So, I only bring Duffy up because I feel like guys like Duffy were shafted in that whole contest.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. It doesn't really, again, at least to me, man. I just don't know how much it means. I
agree though. All in all, I mean,
mm-hmm.
There's no pass rush, none of that. So all in all, I'm with you.
But you know what, man? I'll say this obviously just to be invited to that and considered one of the best, whatever it is, 22 or whatever it is in the country. Cool, right? But I think you and I were talking about this. Didn't Quinn Ewers get number 1 or number 2 in the competition so far?
I think I would have to go back and read it. I think hold on, let me bring
It's the kid from Westlake.
I don't think Ewers won it. I think
Cade Klubnik.
Klubnik, Clemson commit. I think he won it.
Okay, so that's the perfect.
Yeah, this kid right here.
Right?
He won it.
So if we was to get into this, right, and we've talked about this, a kid like yours has probably been coached and overcoached. If you could be overcoached, is day one, right?
Right.
Same thing with Klubnik. Going to a camp like this for them is probably routine. You know what I'm saying? Especially not just playing high level of high school football, but these guys are from communities in the state of Texas that churn out quarterbacks, both Westlake and South Lake Carroll. You know what I'm saying? So that competition is always going to be geared towards what? The kid who's the best right now, polished right now, right? But you and I both know come, Saturday afternoons, the best kid is still growing into his position, right? So it's really just, for me, and I don't know about you, but is that kid the kid that's going to come on campus and improve each and every month, right? Or has he really hit his ceiling at the Elite 11? You know what I'm saying? Because that's what that feels like to me when you got guys that could just come out and, like, come on, bro. Like, when you playing football, you're not throwing a ball through a ring with a net in it.
Yeah.
Like, you got to go out there and lead a group of young men and win a football game, bro. There's just a lot more to it than that. But yeah.
I agree with you.
They had
I want to give you this question real quick. From Tyler. What's up, Tyler? He says, do you think players missing their junior and senior seasons will be a disadvantage when going into college?
Absolutely. You mean if you talk about like the opt-outs? Heck yeah.
I think he's talking about just not even the opt-outs, just, guys that just couldn't play.
Yeah. I'll say this. I think if you were forced not to play, like the kids in California, right, that couldn't play due to COVID, I think they'll come back hungry, but I also think they'll be a step behind, right? I was telling you, Adrian, we got and Terrence, we got Modern Day. Modern Day is coming out here to Texas, play Duncanville on August 27th, right? Modern Day, when's the last time they played a football game? You know what I'm saying? And you're gonna come and take on a top 20 team, a powerhouse in Duncanville. You just make sure you're on your P's and Q's, right? But as far as going into college, man, I think it's just about getting your body back right. There's no shape like football shape. You know what I'm saying? No shape like football shape. Like, if you get out of that, you get used to not hitting people and stuff like that. Like, it just, you know what I mean? Your first few weeks in camp probably gonna be rough trying to get back into it.
And honestly, because of last year, and with maybe half of these kids, like, I got Chris Graves up here. But, I mean, if I just go to all the football rankings or whatever, half of these kids didn't play last year, right?
Right.
I think a lot of these – I think I mentioned this to you before. Like, right here we're just looking at the top guys. I think a lot of this changes, man. Like I told you, I watched this kid right here. And I'm not knocking Damani Jackson, but he's not the fourth best player in the country, bro. He's just not.
Mm-hmm.
Again – he ain't better than Shamar Stewart by any means.
Mm-hmm.
I don't think he's better than Dindy. I mean, and I can kind of go down the list of guys, and it's not just him. It's just there's other guys that I'm like, this list is gonna change once they get these guys on the field this year. I honestly believe that guys are gonna fall and rise drastically.
He's not better than Singletary either.
I don't think exactly. They have him listed as the second best corner in the country, and I don't think he's better than Singletary. I think Singletary is the second best corner in the country. That's just my personal opinion.
He's an absolute dog. They were saying this, which I thought was a good point. I mean, obviously we to your term, the kayak camp, right? Getting those kids on campus, but for the staff at Miami, that's our first chance to evaluate a lot of those kids. A lot of these kids haven't really been scouting, you know what I'm saying, as they would have been in a regular year. So, yeah, once these kids get back in pads and bullets start flying in the whole nine, that kid who's a 5-star, even a 4-star right now, he could have regressed big time and nobody's seen it, So if you got it, in terms of your guys, cool. Hopefully they played last year, but if they didn't play last year, man, that field could change dramatically.
I mean, just case in like the perfect example for me is Nigel Lee Kelly. When he committed to Florida State, you're talking about a kid who wasn't ranked.
Mm-hmm.
In less than a year, Nigel Lee Kelly is a top 100 player in the country.
You want me to tell you something, man?
Once the camp started opening up and people got to look at this kid, he went from unranked or like 600th in the country. So now he's 95 overall player in the country, the 12th best player in the state of Florida, and so on and so on. They got him graded at 95. He's damn near a 5-star in less than a year. And you're going to see a lot of that. I think you're going to see a lot of that.
They didn't know he was 245, Adrian. I think that's the biggest thing. I think they didn't know that he had filled out his frame, because I think when he was initially with y'all, I think everybody thought he was a 215-pound kid. You know what I'm saying? And whatever he did in this COVID year that nobody can see, you get the measurables on him and you watch a little bit of tape and you say, oh, okay, right? And to your point, that's going to be a lot of these kids.
That's what I'm saying. A lot of these kids that people haven't seen in a year.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. There's this running back. I think it's this kid, Jaden Blue, right? Who's committed to Texas, right?
Let's find him.
And this is just a decent conversation to have. I remember when he committed, I think this is the kid who shut down his recruitment or shut down his senior season and said he isn't going to play this year, getting ready for college, right? And to that point, Adrian, what happened to Nigel Lee Kelly? There's going to be another running back, right, that comes in while he's not playing and eats everything that he done earned for himself. You know,
he opted out, right?
Yeah, he opted out his senior year, this coming year, when everybody's playing. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I don't quite understand that. And that's just at that position, I don't really understand. I mean, I don't know. Maybe it's a catch-22. Like, I get it at that position. You're minimizing the tread on the tires with him, right? But I don't know. Like, you're not showing anything for an entire year. Like you said, someone else is going to come in and show something.
There's at the running back position. There's 1,000 of you, right? The kid, the one that went to Oakland, Josh Jacobs, right? Isn't that his name? Josh Jacobs from Alabama. He was a three-star commit. He was a three-star commit that went to Alabama and developed himself well enough. You think a kid in high school can't do that?
They absolutely can.
Come take Jaden Blue's money.
A lot of people don't even realize that one of the reasons Jacobs was even given an opportunity because Bama had all them injuries at running back.
Right, bro.
Right. And then he came in and he shined. So, and that, so absolutely. Shout out to Miami Flow, man. He always shows love. Shout out to Miami Flow. Phil, what's going on with you? And New King, I'm not gonna. What's up, New King? But that's gonna be the last time I acknowledge you.
New King with the smoke for the
day. He always comes through with the fake smoke. With the fake smoke.
Yeah. So man, let's if you don't mind, man. I'm not gonna lie, y'all got 9.5 versus Notre Dame is the spread that I saw today.
Yeah, I think it's something like that. I heard somewhere went down to maybe 7 or something, but 9.5 was the last spread I saw too.
You think y'all? First of all, I know you're gonna pick them to win, right? So
well, I'm not gonna pick against us,
right? But do y'all think if things don't go your way, that spread is accurate for what that game could be?
Hold on a second.
Yeah, I'll let you go, bro. I don't know how to pronounce your name, Adong Bay, but that's disrespectful, bro. That's not nice. That's not cool.
What you say?
Don Bay saying after Alabama, it's going to be all about the ICU or whatever. That's silly. Man. But do you think, and let's just say things don't go your way, that spread is accurate, right? 9.5 points. Do you think without knowing what's going to happen on the field, based on what you know from last year, is Notre Dame 9.5 points better than you on paper going into that game?
based on if you're asking me just based on what I saw from this team last year and nothing else, I don't have a problem. I don't. Okay.
Project a little bit now, because I don't think it's not because Notre Dame's bringing in a new quarterback, right? Book's been there. Book was there for 4 years, right?
Yep.
So they're bringing in a new quarterback. I looked at the game breakdown for y'all today. Y'all were up 17-14 first quarter.
We played that game in a lot of ways. If our defense could have stopped if our defense could have stopped the same counterplay that was ran 35 times in a row, we probably would have won that game. But that's and that's why I say this whole season depends on me. What is this defense any better? But I don't have a problem with the line. I think the quarterback, them bringing in a quarterback, and if I'm not mistaken, he's going to be a first-time starting quarterback. Labor Day, Tallahassee, atmosphere will be electric. I expect the defensive line to play better this year. I know we lost some Marvin Wilson, right? But we gained a guy who I don't know if we've had a pass rusher like a Jermaine Johnson probably since Brian Burns. So I just think that some of this stuff is kind of geared for us to have a successful showing.
So, and I'll say this. The thing that you know is going to happen, to your point with that counter trade, right, that Notre Dame ran, Notre Dame's going to come in with a unit that could run the football, right? So if there was ever a point in time for you to figure out who you were, you know what I'm saying, in that regards, the litmus test of my defensive line and my run defense, then yeah, absolutely, that's it.
Yeah.
You had a question there from New King showing up again. How would you attack Notre Dame? If I was to know one thing about Notre Dame that always stays true, and Adrian, I'm pretty consistent with my feeling on the Irish. They're always going to be slow in the secondary. I've never seen a Notre Dame secondary that scared me.
Well, I was just about to say you could attack them the same way we attacked them last year.
Right. You got to get in space. You can't on the offensive side of the ball. They're going to run the ball well enough to dictate a little bit. Right.
I think Terry had his one and only good game against Notre Dame.
He was 9 catches, 146, and a touchdown.
Yeah, he had his one only good game in that game. That's what I'm saying. Like offensively, it wasn't really the issue. We couldn't stop them. Right. Then of course, when you can't stop the team, we did have limitations at quarterback. So then they got a little bit predictable on offense. But
right. I think the best thing about Milton, and this is a consistent opinion of mine, only because I've been through this Milton UCF wave from the groups that we're in, whatever. He's a fantastic point guard, right? Milton's going to get the ball. He's going to get it out of his hands. It's going to be where it needs to be, right? That's what you guys didn't have last year at that position. I think we can agree on that, right? You didn't have a guy that could catch the ball. And listen, if you're throwing a bubble or you're throwing a bubble slant RPO, trust the guy to make the decision, make the throw every time, So I think you'd be able to put some pressure on getting some people in space, right? But you are starting a lot of young guys, correct, at the skill positions, wide receiver, etc.
At receiver, yeah.
Okay.
I don't know if they're going to start, so I won't come out and say that game one they're going to be lining up Malik McClain out there.
Right.
If I had to guess, and I'll probably do like a little depth chart preview later on, but if I had to guess right now, obviously Parchment's going to be your number one. Right. Still got Keyshawn Helton.
Right.
Brian Robinson. I think they're going to mix in some of the young guys and some of the guys, Ontario, some of the guys that's been there.
Right.
I think they're going to utilize Cam McDonald a lot more in the passing game than we've seen in recent years. So they have options. The problem is that some of the more skilled guys, the guys that are going to be good maybe 2 or 3 years down the road, we're talking about like real good. Yeah, they're freshmen, and it's going to take a while maybe for them to kind of get.
So I guess in talking this out loud, what you're going to see is those young guys are going to pop a couple of times that game, right?
You're probably going to need them to if you want to win.
Right.
I would say, yeah.
You'll need those older guys to kind of cash in on money downs.
Just need them to be consistent, right? And that was another problem with last year. Like,
right,
I defended Jordan Travis a lot last year from the fact that we didn't have guys that were catching the ball. How many times did I watch guys the ball just hit them in the hands and they just drop it? So
right.
From the skill positions as a whole,
we know what I'll say though. Notre Dame also lost that linebacker to the second round.
Yeah, they lost some. They lost well, they had like 3 or 4 offensive linemen drafted.
Obviously,
they lost a quarterback. They lost the big time linebacker they had last year. They lost guys, man. So
yeah,
people that are like trying to write us off game one. Look, I get it. What you watched last year, I get it. But if this coaching staff is supposed to be worth anything,
right?
You find a way to win this first game, or if not win it, like there's no way you go there. This should be, I don't know, 28-31 nail biter down to the stretch, in my opinion, something like that.
Sure.
Because it really kind of everything aligns for Florida State. They're breaking in a lot of new pieces. Is my point.
Can I throw something out there? Because Tyler threw out a great comment. Do we show up like we did for UNC, right? And I told you this. I don't know if I told you pregame, but I definitely told you during the game. That 3-3-5 stack that y'all run, that 33 stack, was perfect for that one game, right? Perfect for playing UNC. Perfect for the high power spread. I forget your defensive coordinator's name. But how is he going to –
His name don't matter, but go ahead.
Fuller, I think his name is, right? But we'll leave that be. I want to say the biggest thing to watch if I'm y'all, does that scheme look the exact same as it did last year? Because that would tell you if your talent has progressed a little bit, right?
Well, see, according to him, no. According to them, we're getting away from that 3-3.
Okay.
We're going more 4-2-5 conventional.
Okay, well, see, so perfect, right? So at least
according to him,
there's been a personnel maturation that fits kind of.
That's my thing. That's my thing. So when I listen to him talk, and they say, "Well, we're going to this 4-2-5, and that more of a 4-down lineman and all." Okay, cool. Let's see it.
Right.
One of the biggest problems I have with Fuller, and doesn't get talked about enough, is the way he utilizes our safeties.
Sure.
I am not a big fan of putting our safeties one-on-one against receivers.
Sure.
Name me. You can, and maybe you can help me. Name me 5 safeties, even in the NFL, who are going to legit cover NFL wide receivers, and they're most likely going to be a slot guy. So come on now. If Fuller likes to match our safeties up on these receivers. Like that's how Tutu Atwell destroyed us. They lined them up in the slot, and we kept putting a safety on them. And I'm like, bruh.
Yeah.
So that's my biggest problem with Fuller and the way he utilizes our defensive backs.
Yeah.
We put guys like Brandon Gant one-on-one. Brandon Gant, he can hit you. He's not a coverage guy.
Mm-hmm.
So that's what I want to see. I got to see how he starts utilizing personnel and how we start lining up better. So that's just me. I'm not very excited about the defense, if I'm being honest with you. I do think Milton makes a bigger difference than people are giving him credit for.
Well, quarterback play does that, right? Because and not to get outside of college football, but I've been a Bucs fan for as long as you've known me, unfortunately, right?
Yeah.
And you legit saw, and obviously this is the greatest quarterback of all time. There's
right.
I'm a Peyton Manning guy.
Yeah,
right?
me too.
Like you can't argue Tom at this point.
Yeah.
But you bring in one guy and he changed the culture of an organization in 3 months without off-season workouts, et cetera. So I think that's what you're hoping for with Milton, because that's what we hoped for with De'Aaron King, right? We had no leadership at the quarterback position prior, right? Here comes De'Aaron King, bad knee and all, right? Still coaching up young guys because he knows what this means, big picture, right? So hopefully Milton will bring that and stabilize that. And again, instead of going 3 and out, maybe that 3-play drive is a 9-play drive and then punt, right? But now your defense has confidence. Hey, I got a chance.
That's a huge point. I mean,
I got
even if you are punting, if you're able to take some time off the clock and all of that, absolutely. Field position battle definitely matters.
Sure. if I can get an extra 20 yards before I punt the ball,
Right.
I'm golden.
And that was a huge problem with us last year as well. Like we were big player bust. If we didn't hit the big play, whether that was Travis running for 50 yards or hitting them over the top on the long ball, we couldn't sustain anything.
Right.
We couldn't sustain anything. But I do think Milton helps the offense. I'm honestly not worried about. It's really the defense.
Can I ask you if you're looking at your offense right now, who's your chain mover in the passing game right now? Who's the guy?
That's a great question. And honestly, it might surprise you. I think Jashawn Corbin is the guy that they're going to use in the passing game. I said this before. I don't think Jashawn Corbin is going to have 1,000 yards rushing, but it would not shock me if he had 1,000 yards all-purpose yards.
Okay, that's fair. He's your slot guy. He's the
guy that they roll out the backfield for the check down. He's the guy that I think if Milton gets in trouble, he'll be looking for some Corbin in the flat, stuff like that. That would be the guy. And we'll see how Cam McDonald comes along too. That's another guy that I think you're going to see a lot of progress from. Just having a better quarterback is going to help Cam McDonald as well. That's tight end, by the way, if you're not aware who he is.
No, I know who he is. And just to throw something out there, maybe you called it some Friday motivation. I didn't realize Tutu got y'all 3 for 129.
Bruh. Go back and watch it. He was just running free in the secondary.
I don't know if I want to. Goodness. 3 for 1. I mean, Tutu went. Shout out to Tutu, three-star prospect from Northwestern.
That Louisville game, man.
He goes second round to the Rams. I think he's gonna have a big year with Matt Stafford personally. I know how you feel about that. But man, I didn't realize
he's on the Rams.
I
think the Rams are a legit Super Bowl contender, bro.
Stafford,
we already know what that defense is, and I've never been a huge Stafford guy, but they've literally been probably a quarterback away.
But you know McVay can coach, and you know Stafford is better than Goff. You know
by
that.
far. Yeah, by far.
If I went from a C plus to a B plus,
right,
the quarterback position, I'm in real good shape.
Absolutely.
You know, real good shape. I don't know, man. I get what you're saying though with the 4-2-5. The thing that used to kill me watching Blake Baker at Miami these last 2 years, I didn't like his variation of 4-2-5. I felt like it was very Big 12-ish. You know what I'm saying? Whereas Manny really had, if you remember watching these two, Red Wine and Jaquan Johnson, those guys played close to the line of scrimmage on a regular basis. You know what I'm saying? Because they help disguise the blitz looks, etc. But if you're running this 4-2-5 or even a 3-3-5, where you have two safety deeps every play, you're really just saying, look, I'm willing to give up some yards, and hopefully I could play you good in the red zone. I don't like playing defense like that. So hopefully Fuller doesn't come out with that same, I guess you could say, nonsense for y'all this year, because that's tough to watch. You know what I'm saying? Really, really tough.
Let's switch it up a little bit and talk about y'all's game.
Yeah.
And matter of fact, let me see if I can find this. I saw something on Twitter that was funny. And I probably can't find it because it was a while back. But like y'all releasing videos of y'all. There was a video of a Miami guy going into like a shop, smacking an Alabama dude with a helmet. Y'all got confidence. You should have confidence, right? Obviously you guys aren't going to go into this game already defeated. But what are your realistic outlooks on this game?
So I'll give y'all. This is, if y'all watch the game, I think even the trolls, right? If you just like to troll Miami fans, you're gonna watch this game. If you can watch us disrupt Alabama receivers, right? That's what I think this comes down to.
That was Nesta. Yeah, okay, that's what I thought.
There you go.
Nesta went in there and slapped the dude.
Yeah. The LaMelo's thing, right? The Melos, whatever.
Yeah.
If we can disrupt the timing of that passing game, because I don't think Bill O'Brien is a play caller like that, to be real with you. Bama brought in Bill O'Brien, and we've seen Bill O'Brien in the league, right? Bill O'Brien, he'll keep things steady, but I don't know if he's Steve Sarkisian. You know what I'm saying? So at the end of the day, can we get out there, play defense like T-Rob want to play defense, right? Which is get up, press, get in people's face, and disrupt the timing of the Alabama pass game, that's the definition of whatever's going to happen next. You know what I'm saying? Because as you know, if you don't disrupt that, they're going to throw the ball for 500 yards. You can't do nothing about it, right? Realistically, I'm not going to say we're going to lose the game because that's, you can't walk into a game like that. But it's a tough one. We got to play close to perfect defensively to even have a shot, and that's a lot.
Can your offense keep up?
I don't know, because you have King coming off the injury, but you also return all 5 starters on the offensive line. We upgraded at receiver significantly. I make that clear to everybody. That is such – Adrian, you was with me in these chats in Miami games, right? And every single game you would see me talk about a big drop here, a big drop there, right?
No, they all – yeah.
I mean,
I got enough Miami guys that talk about that stuff with me. Yeah, they were not happy with the drops.
I think look, man, I think, and this is how tough that game is. I wouldn't feel comfortable winning that game unless we score 42. That's what kind of game that is. They're gonna move the ball, right? But if we win, man, it'll be a 42-39, 42-38. That's what you're not. Come on, man. You know what I'm saying? You can't. I don't think anybody here could walk into that game and say, "Oh yeah, you're gonna hold Bama to 18 points." If we did that, then we might have
even with Bama putting in new receivers, new quarterback, new running back. I don't know. The offensive line might be somewhat intact.
They lost. They
might have lost a guy, right?
They lost the tackle in the center. They lost a tackle in the center. I think they lost a guard.
Oh, yeah, they lost Leatherwood. I think I'm talking about, and they lost guy that used to play for us. I forget his name.
Yeah. I mean, again,
that name, I forgot his name that quick.
That's the only way, though. It has to be a shootout. You gotta come in and you gotta score 40, and then you gotta make some plays on defense. And remember what I told you, and DF, shout out to you. It ain't that hot outside yet, right? But remember I told you, Alo, in the middle of when we was playing Oklahoma State, right? If Manny Diaz doesn't walk in and take that goddamn headset, right? But if you're going to sink that shit, bro, at least be the leader of that shit. You know what I'm saying? He's got to come in and prove his worth as a defensive coordinator big time. Big time. So I think what you'll see, a lot of heavy press from us, almost an ignorance and bliss type of approach defensively, right?
Wow. So who's replacing you guys as NFL defensive ends? Dickerson, yeah. I don't know how I forgot his name, Montre, but Landon Dickerson. But anyway, who's replacing the Jalen Phillips of the world and the Rousseaus?
Everybody, at least that I talk to, right? I don't, and for the record, for everybody that listens here, I don't pay attention to Miami Twitter because that shit is volatile.
So is Florida State, but I love it. It's fun. I don't take anything on there serious.
Yeah, I just like
Twitter as a whole. Is a cesspool.
Bro, it's terrible. So I don't pay attention to what they say. If I had to make my picks, obviously we have the transfer in from Tennessee, Johnson. Jafari Harvey's the guy that's supposed to pop, though. Jafari's the guy that's supposed to pop. I want to see Cam Williams, Chance Williams, excuse me, in fall camp. I want to see. He was a borderline 5-star guy a year ago. So I want to see how he steps up and grows in this offseason. But with Jess Simpson back, what I really, really hope for is to see the defensive tackle position improve dramatically. Because regardless of what happens at the end, and you saw watch us play last year, when we played North Carolina, we couldn't control 2 gaps on the inside for nothing. You know what I'm saying? So Nesta got to step his game up. John Ford, all those guys. We need to see some development at that position, particularly. Elijah Roberts is another guy I'm looking for on the inside. But I'd say right now, if I had to put my money on somebody, Harvey would be the first guy I put my money on as being the next. I want to use the term great one, but you know what I'm saying? The next dude that kind of pops off film and really does some damage for us. I think what you'll see, Adrian, is something that looks more like a 3-3-5 package, but with that strong side linebacker at the line of scrimmage like we did with Trent Harris a few years ago. I think McLeod's going to get the start at defensive end, truthfully, just because of the versatility, but we'll see how that goes.
Phil says John Ford Nesta should develop well under Simpson.
Phil, I'm praying for it, bro. I mean, you saw what Simpson did with Grady Jarrett in Atlanta. You know, Grady Jarrett had his best year up there in Atlanta. So we got to see if he can get those two. Again, Elijah Roberts kicking to the inside. That's a big thing for me because I don't know if you know Elijah Roberts, Adrian, but 4-star kid, defensive end coming out of high school, very athletic, right?
Mm-hmm.
Not necessarily a lot of wiggle, right?
Mm-hmm.
Put on a little bit of muscle, get him lined up at the 3 technique, have a really good nickel pass rusher. That's what I'm hoping happens, but we'll see. We'll see.
McLeod got no explosion off the line, bro.
I don't think he needs to, though. I don't think you need – remember, guys, if you're a Miami fan in here, y'all remember Trent Harris. Trent Harris got his sacks. He wasn't a twitchy pass rusher, but he was a guy that can mix up looks. So you can look at Trent Harris. He could be curl flat or curls 1 second, right? Or he could be going after the passer on these blitz packages. That's how Manny wants to run his defense. So we'll see.
Linebacker play for y'all. I've heard that y'all are not happy with. Wasn't Blake Baker the linebacker coach? That's one of the reasons why y'all let him go, correct?
Correct.
Obviously, he's also the defensive coordinator or whatever. But linebacker was really his thing. I mean, he just recruited Tolan. We both of our teams missed out on him. But I mean, that's because LSU's on the
Correct.
T-shirt, not because of Blake Baker. I got you.
Thank you.
I can still troll with it. I don't care. It's still funny.
It's cool.
But we all get that was LSU. But linebackers. Do you expect better play from the linebackers? Is there a guy we should be looking for? Maybe a freshman or just a guy that you think is going to take the step? Do you have faith that the linebackers are going to play better?
I think they're going to play better because Baker's not calling the defense no more. That's number one.
Okay.
Because if you remember Manny, right, what you saw a linebacker play under Manny is identify where the ball is going to go, and chances are you're going to be one-on-one. You either make the tackle or you don't. It's gambling, right? It's risky football, but that's how he called the defense, right? Baker made these kids drop back and just think a lot. If you remember Shaquille Quarterman, Michael Pinckney, these two guys were on the rise into their senior years, and then Blake Baker coaches them, right? And their careers kind of take a side spin. But if you look at what Manny's going to do this year, everybody's excited about Corey Flagg because he's an instinctual, natural middle linebacker. Anybody that watches football, played football, you know what a middle linebacker looks like. You know what it feels like when you see a good one. That's Corey Flagg, right? We did move Keontre Smith to a weak side linebacker position from safety. I think Keontre's 5'11". He's probably going to weigh 210, 215. So I think the reality, Adrian, is while we say we run a 4.25, the skill set and personnel is really going to be that of like a 4.16 by the time we step on the field. I was really interested in seeing what Keontre does. I think Corey's going to be just fine. I know Sam Brooks was hurt in the spring. I want to see Sam get back into it to see if his instincts have developed a little bit because very, very big Sam Brooks fan. He's sideline to sideline on instinct, but I pay attention to Corey and Keontre. I think they both will do well.
Montre says, what if Miami's defense looked the same? He's going to say who's to blame. My kind of question off of what Montre is asking, though, let's just call it for what it is.
Right.
Bama scores out there and puts up 45 or something.
Right.
Do you take it as that's just Bama? Or, is this just you put that game in a bubble or a bottle and say that's an outlier? Or do you wait a few games into the season to actually see what you got? Or is it all in on game one? Is game one the benchmark? Like for me, what I see game one from Fuller is what I need to see. That's just how I feel. I've seen enough of them. If we go out there and get blown off the field or Adam Fuller can't stop a nosebleed, I don't need to see anymore. Right. But is that the same feeling you have? Or do you understand that it's Bama and you feel like, give me a few more weeks and then we'll see?
You remember when we played Clemson and you was in a group chat and with me and Mike in there and we looked like we quit at one point, right? We looked like we quit against UNC. We looked like we really just stopped playing football. Yeah. That's what I'm looking for because that was my biggest thing in both of those games. It's one thing to lose a game, right? It's another thing to look like you're lost and disinterested. So if you play Bama and you lose because you give up 42-30 is the score line, or 42-28 is the score line, right? And you gave up those 40 points, right? Okay, but how did you look when you gave up them 40? If you look lost and disinterested, then I have to look at Manny Diaz. And if we're talking about accountability, Manny, you got to turn it around quick, real quick, right? And not for nothing, right? The team that we're playing the next week, it should be a win in Appalachian State.
Well, I mean,
You're always fishing for an upset.
Honestly, outside of Bama, your schedule's kind of cake.
It is. You got Bama, you got Appalachian State, then you look forward to the rivalry with FSU, you look forward to UNC. That's the schedule.
That's your schedule.
Right?
Absolutely.
But the Bama game, you can't get too high or too low on it, even though you got to compete your ass off, right? Because again, Appalachian State, if you lay an egg versus Appalachian State, they will beat you. I think we all know that by now.
They've shown that they can, definitely. Yeah.
So, point being, is Alabama going to define the season for me? Only from a mentality standpoint. If we look like a bunch of quitters, I'm going to have to start questioning a lot about the staff.
Okay.
Just me, though.
That's fair, though. That's fair. Aiden says Miami against Alabama got to be disciplined. Those outside penalties that spring game could cost us.
You look at this is what I expect to happen in Alabama. In case y'all want that,
bro. Nobody says that, Phil. I'm sorry to cut you off. There's nobody saying that you guys have the toughest schedule. Stop that. You guys schedule. He literally just said it. Bama. He's putting Appalachian State in there only because they're known for the upset.
Yeah, you can sleep on Appalachian State.
Yeah, I got you. Yeah. But literally, your schedule is Bama, UNC, and the rivalry game, Florida State. That's it.
Right. So consider this, right? I think somebody said we have one of the tougher out-of-conference schedules. Obviously, that's buoyed by Alabama.
I'm about to say, why? Because of Bama? And I think you guys play Michigan State this year.
Yeah. So
I don't know. I don't know what that Michigan State team is or not. I don't know.
They're going to be slow. We know
it's a Big Ten team, so I'm not really.
Yeah. But I say this again, man. I don't think, at least in my mind, you can come out to Alabama and look like you're disinterested, right, and or lost. Even when we took the L to LSU early on. What's that? 2018. We took the L to LSU 33-17, right? LSU made their plays, whatever. I don't think we ever really looked disinterested in that game. I was at that game live.
Right.
I don't remember looking at that game like, oh shit, like y'all really don't care. You know what I mean? We just couldn't move the ball on offense, and LSU made their plays, in the run game offensively. If you play Alabama and you look like you did versus UNC, man, you got to look inside and say, what is he doing with these kids, man? These kids should be super motivated to play this game.
Yeah, obviously. If you can't get motivated for Alabama, then I don't.
Yeah.
You probably shouldn't be strapping up if you can't get motivated to play that team.
Right. And real quick to address Aiden's point, Michigan State and Appalachian State won't roll over for us. I agree, right?
Is that Michigan State game a home or away game?
I believe it's home. Last year was supposed to be away. Hold on.
Because if that's an away game for y'all, that game could be a little interesting.
No, it's at home, and it's an 11 o'clock kickoff in September.
It's at home, and it's an 11.
Yeah. For the record, they're going to be
and that's in September, correct?
Yeah, they're going to feel really uncomfortable.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. If that was an away game, that could get interesting. But that team in South Florida in August, good luck. They're not going to win that game.
No, they're going to.
I'd be shocked if Michigan State.
Yeah, they would have to be on their way to a 10-11 win season if they came out and won that game. You know what I'm saying? That's the caliber of team that will come down to Miami and win that game. But yeah, man, I'm not going to judge the season off of Bama alone. It's a long one. It's a really long season. All things considered, last year, what we ended up going 9-2 regular season. If we played Georgia Tech, it probably would have been 10-2. So I think that's the expectation level. Can you get back to that point? That should be your norm with the schedule kind of like the one you have now, but we'll see. What about y'all, man? What's your barometer? after game one? What are you looking for these guys to accomplish?
I've been on the record. For me, game one sets the tone. Period.
There,
Win, lose, or draw. Like I'd be fine with a loss if we showed the pulse, right?
right?
But yeah, game one to me is going to show me what I need to see. I'm not saying the team can't get better during the season, but you got a whole off season. Again, defensively, you have a whole off season to scheme up, figure some stuff out defensively. Right. Brand new quarterbacks. He's never started before. Find a way to confuse him. Defensively is all where it lies for me. That's where I'm watching. I'm not going to say that the offense is going to be perfect. Obviously, it's not. But defense is just where it lies for me, man. That's just the only thing I can look at.
But you're a Floridian, though, right?
If we can find a way to field a top 60 to 50 defense, that's a huge improvement. Believe me, that's a huge improvement. Yeah. And even saying that as a Florida State fan feels weird to say. So,
I hear you. I don't know, man. I would look at. I think that's fair, right? Y'all went through it last year, and I think all the cards, in terms of showing out and competing at a high level, are in your favor, right? To your point, you're in Tallahassee, Labor Day weekend, under the lights. You got a big brand program coming into town, right? They're bringing a new quarterback. They're bringing a new offensive lineman. They don't have any real stars on defense that could scare you right now. If there was a time to fight, it's there, right?
That's what I'm saying. If you can't show up for that game, if you show up for that game and get the doors blown off you,
yeah,
then I have a serious problem because there's no way you're telling me that. Okay, you might beat the Wake Forests of the world, but come on, you're not going to beat any other teams you need to beat to have the season you need to have to continue recruiting the way you've been recruiting.
Right.
You can't get the doors blown off you in that game.
So let me ask you this. So since we're talking recruiting, and I'll say this, if somebody asked earlier about Miami's recruiting this year, and this is what scares me. I think our recruiting is based off of our success on the field, right? So, Adrian, you know a guy that I hope we get. Shamar Stewart's a guy I really, really hope we get. I think we're on the outside looking in on Kamari Williams, right? Traquan Fagans is another guy. Anthony Lucas outside looking in. Nigel Leak, Earl Little, whatever. The same with all these guys. I don't think any of those guys come if we do anything less than 9 games, right? I don't think any of them come. It's based on that, right? But for you, what you're saying is in order to hold what you have intact, right, and make some progress with that, you're going to need to see, obviously, 5. We won't even consider 5, and we won't consider 6. You're going to need to see 7 or 8, right?
We're going to need to see them. Look, I'm not necessarily going to sit here and be like praising moral victories. But I'm completely fine with going into Clemson and losing that game by a touchdown. 10 points even.
Yeah, okay.
You know what I'm saying?
Okay.
Obviously, the game needs to be played out, and the final score isn't indicative of what the actual game was.
Right.
If we're in these games and we're playing football and you can see that they're making strides and playing football the right way and adjustments, like we know what we're looking for, right? You get what I'm saying?
Right.
As far as win total goes, you asking me what I need to see or what I think they're going to have?
I'm saying what you think is going to need to happen to maintain what you guys are building on a trail right now.
I think a winning record.
Okay, that's fair. That's fair.
Me, I'm looking at 8, and maybe I'm being generous there, but 8, but I think a winning record. The one thing that has me so very optimistic about this team, and maybe I'm just overrating him, but that's Mackenzie Milton. I really think a quarterback who knows what he's doing, not even from a just passing the ball standpoint, but lining the offensive line up, calling out the right protections. I mean, even bringing that Notre Dame guy transfer in to play center. That's a veteran guy who's been around NFL talent. Whether or not he's an NFL player, we can debate that all we want.
Right.
That guy's been coached by NFL by offensive line coach who's getting guys in the league. So you can't dismiss that. I think that combination of a accomplished or a veteran center, veteran quarterback, I really think can put that offense on the right track. And no disrespect to Jordan Travis, but he just physically couldn't make the throws that we needed him to make.
Sure, that
I think Milton really can.
Right. I think that's fair. I think so. 8 wins. 8 wins is what you're looking at, right? So, obviously, whether or not they're wins or not, you're going to want to see your guys show up against Notre Dame, Louisville, UNC, Clemson, Miami, Florida, right? You expect good showings in all those games, regardless, right? I think the only thing is down the stretch. I don't know how strong the depth is right now for you guys, but are we going to be healthy by the time we get to November, right? Because that's a little bit of a stretch y'all got there, right? NC State isn't necessarily a walkover.
Right? No, that last stretch, I think it's Miami, NC State, Boston College, and Florida or something like that.
Yeah. That's a tough. I didn't realize that was your draw down the line. That's a tough draw,
and that's why Notre Dame game is so pivotal.
Right. I can respect that. Yeah, I didn't realize that you guys down the road were looking at, because that's a volatile ending to the year.
I think it's on the road at Boston College.
Yep.
I think it's on the road at Florida.
Yeah, home Miami. If I got that right. Yeah, on the road, Boston College yeah, that's tough. But you got Miami, NC State at home, right? So at the very least, you got to split them two. At the very least. You can't take 2 L's there.
Here's my thing. If you can beat the Notre Dame, then you go into North Carolina, I would assume undefeated.
Uh-huh.
Even if you drop that game, you're going into Clemson with just 1 loss. If you can tell me I go into that Clemson game with 1 loss, I'll take that.
You don't care what happens the rest of the year, really, because you'll break even enough to get.
That's what I'm saying. What I'm saying. And then you get an upset here or there, and there you go.
Right.
So that's just how I see it.
Yeah. No, I understand that. I'm just kind of looking at it right now. I guess trying to figure out, because you said 8 wins is desirable, right? So the only 5 teams that I look at on your schedule that have a real shot, because Wake Forest is going to be Wake Forest, right? Like they might have a real good year. They might just be Wake Forest, right? Same thing with Louisville. Did Louisville return the running back? Do you know? I'm not sure.
No, I think he left.
Okay. So Louisville just has the quarterback, right? They got nobody else. By the way, since we're in ACC country, nobody is really returning to UNC's roster offensively, right? Other than Howard. Both the receivers.
Other than Howard, I think the receivers left. I think I know those running backs left. Yeah, I think it's just Howard.
If I could just throw something out there, because y'all have experienced this.
But they did have a little solid recruiting class, so we'll see,
Was it really though?
I think it had like a top. I don't know.
Here's my thing. I mean, I don't.
Let me go.
You might call me ignorant, guys, but if I'm recruiting the Carolinas, am I really hitting a lot?
So UNC had the number 14th class.
Was that 21 or 20? I'm looking at the 20 class.
21.
Okay.
They were, 19 commits, 14 overall. I'm trying to see if they got anybody on here. Probably nobody in this class that's gonna running back wise or receiver wise that's probably gonna put any fear into anybody. Yeah, I wouldn't say they necessarily have any instant impact guys. They got 1 5-star, but he's a defensive lineman, so
right. They had 2 backs go right, in the NFL, and then they had two
Yeah,
receivers.
this whole class is from North Carolina. So, yeah, take from that what you will.
Hey man, hey, look, I'll let everybody here know because Florida State, Miami fans, Florida fans, we should all probably be biased towards the state of Florida. I'm not looking at North Carolina football and being like, oh my god, you know. Yeah, I'm not saying that they don't have no good kids, but I mean, what are we talking about?
Right.
You know?
Yeah. I mean, I get. Yeah, I agree. I don't think North Carolina is going to be what people say either. So,
No,
but
because
that's because I don't think Sam Howell is what people kind of think he is. But
you know what I was going to say though. Y'all went through this with Jameis, right? And North Carolina is going through Jameis light because Jameis. What did y'all take away from Jameis at one point? Essentially, you take away Kelvin Benjamin, Nick O'Leary, Wilder, Freeman,
yeah, yeah,
right? Defensively, y'all lost Joyner. Was Ramsey there? Ramsey was there his last year.
yeah. Ramsey stayed.
Okay.
Ramsey was just a freshman.
Who else? I'm trying to think, but the point is that y'all lost a lot. Y'all lost Christian Jones, Telvin Smith. I could go on with that roster, you
We
know. And
lost
was that
Brian Stork on the offensive line.
right? So y'all just had Jameis left there with Cam Irving. That was the leftover from the Natty, right? So North Carolina went through their best year ever. It feels like last year,
Right.
And now you take it all away. What you got left? They lost Surratt on defense, arguably their best defensive player, right? All you got is Sam Howell with none of his running backs returning, none of his receivers returning. I just don't know if you're going to see this electric North Carolina team that you've seen in the past, you know?
And I don't know what they have on the offensive line, to be honest with you.
It don't honestly, bro, in that scheme, it don't matter.
Right.
You got to have this dude Longo, and you know this because I talk about these two guys a lot. He's the guy that recruited DK Metcalf and AJ Brown to Ole Miss, and had those two dudes go basically looking like first round receivers, and they were extremely good talents, right? But they couldn't fill out the roster to compete in the SEC. Point is, Longo's going to move the football, you know. But are you going to be a 40-point per game team with losing all of that? I don't know.
What do you think about this question by Aiden? He says, well, he's not. It's not a question. He's making a statement. Do you agree? He says, Manny don't win the Coastal. Manny got to go.
So Aiden, let's bring some context, right? Because if he doesn't win the Coastal and North Carolina is 8-4 or 9-3, that hot seat is going to be on fire, right? But if he doesn't win the Coastal because UNC is 11-1 and you're 10-2, there's no way you let him go. So I think for Manny, it's about the win total. Can you get us back up to, or can you get us to somewhere you haven't been before? And that's a 10-win total for the season, right? Manny jumped from 6 wins to 9 wins. He has to get to 10 wins. And if he gets to 9 wins, he better look damn good against Bama. And then the only other 2 teams I think we could lose to are UNC and the rival Florida State, right? So if you don't look damn good against Bama and damn good against UNC and damn good against Florida State, then yeah, you got to get up out of there, you know?
Do you think? Not do you think? Who would be a candidate for a Miami job? Like who?
Listen,
If you were to let Manny go, do you have a name in mind? Is Rhett Lashley the first on the board to maybe take that spot, or what do you think?
if you let Manny go, you get everybody in Miami to pull their money together, and you go to Mario Cristobal and you say you are our final hope.
You think that's gonna happen? You think he'd leave Oregon?
I think that, but what else could you do?
I don't know. I'm asking you. You're the Miami guy.
But that's what I'm saying. I think you get a donor and you say, look, this dude's at Oregon. I don't know if y'all pay attention to Mario Cristobal. He is recruiting his ass off right now.
Yeah, he is.
Oregon started to do that quarterback that wouldn't start at either of our schools last year, and damn near won the Pac-10 or Pac-12 on a short season.
DF said get Uncle Luke.
Sure. Real quick, DF, are you in DFW, bro? quick question, because he talking about Oak Cliff earlier. But point is, I don't think you can go anywhere else other than Mario Cristobal. He's a Miami kid from Miami. FIU spurned him. FIU tried the shit out of Mario Cristobal. Nobody ever talks about that. They tried Mario Cristobal like he was the problem, and clearly he wasn't the problem at FIU. You know what I'm saying? So if you get a chance to bring Mario back to Miami, boy, you better have a private jet out there tomorrow. You know?
And how do you convince him to leave all that recruiting he's doing over there?
It's home. Home always. It's the same thing with Scott Frost in Nebraska. We know Nebraska was a cluster, right? Nobody wants to play in Nebraska in 2020. Scott Frost took the job because it's home, bro. Mario will be home, bro.
I got you.
He will be home.
But I mean, Nebraska technically, I guess, is supposed to be a step-up job from UCF.
It isn't in hindsight, though.
But I think we could all agree that it's really not.
If you were to ask
like
me
you
right
said,
now,
nobody's going to Nebraska to play. They'd much rather go play in Orlando.
Who has the better job right now? Gus Malzahn or Scott Frost?
Gus, easily.
You see what I'm saying? That's the done deal. That's a done deal. You know, Mario is from the city, bro. You know what I'm saying? Like,
but see, that's what Montre just said is the difference between a Nebraska, though. Yes, Oregon isn't no South Florida, but Nike money is long money. And yeah,
But bigger. So let's dig into that because there's a different type of money pumping in right now. So what's not going to happen? Because we're in the NIL era, right? Name, image, and likeness. What is not going to happen? Nike isn't going to put money in Oregon players' pockets, right? And I'm going to say that for this reason. If Nike makes Oregon a Nike school and Nike doesn't pay Bama, you don't think Bama's going to leave tomorrow? Right?
Yeah.
No, just real facts, right? You don't think Ohio State will leave? You mean to tell me Bama's on national TV every Sunday, Oregon don't get on till 10 o'clock, right? And you're paying Oregon players, say, $10,000 a year to promote Nike. No, Nike's different, bro. You know what I'm saying? On the flip side, there's a lot of money in Coral Gables. A lot of money.
No, I hear you. I definitely hear you.
You know what I'm saying? So it's not about leaving Nike money at this point. It's about the right opportunity. And guys, I'm not saying this from a race thing. Let's just use common sense, right? A Cuban in Miami running the Miami football program. That's all I'm gonna say, right? It's working right now. You know what I'm saying? Imagine if Mario comes home to Miami. You don't think the whole community is gonna sit there and wrap their arm around this dude?
Oh no, you guys would love it. Absolutely.
Come on, he's a former player.
Yeah,
he's
I know.
Former player, bro. There's no way. Brett
Venables ain't happening.
Brett Venables would hate Miami.
First of all, it's not happening.
But he would.
Brett Venables has had better opportunities and ain't left Clemson yet.
No.
So Brett Venables isn't happening. Like, no knock on Miami. It's just not happening because the dude was the primary candidate for name a school that's had an opening in the last 3-4 years. Brett Venables was the choice. Probably, and he hasn't left Clemson. He's not gonna leave Clemson.
His sons are there, but guys, pump the brakes on Venables. Yeah, everybody likes to talk about the greatness of Brett Venables. He's a great defensive coordinator.
He's not even great, but
he is. But guys,
he's good. He's good.
It took him a while to get there.
Absolutely, right? I was just about to say.
So let's not act like Venables was like this. He turned the program. You know who turned the program around? And he's coaching high school football here in Texas now. Chad Morris. Y'all write that down. If it wasn't for Chad Morris, Clemson wouldn't be who they are today. I put money on that. Chad brings in the offense that makes Taj Boyd, right?
They had Taj Boyd, D-Hop, Watkins. Who's the tight end, too? They had a tight end.
Leggett.
Was it Leggett?
Yep.
Andre Ellington. Yeah, he had all those guys.
If it wasn't for Chad Morris, are we talking about Clemson right now? Let's just be real. Brett Venables. So when he played us last year, right? I don't know if y'all watched the Miami game last year. Obviously, we got our ass kicked, but Brett Venables threw the whole kitchen sink at us. He wasn't running stock coverage against Miami. He threw every look you can think of against Miami last year. You know why? Because Brett's been there for a decade. He's been installing the same stuff for a decade. He got a fifth-year senior at linebacker last year who's going to be a sixth-year this year, right? He's going to have a sixth-year senior at safety this year. He can run whatever he wants. How many college defensive coordinators could do that? You know what I'm saying? I'm not saying that he's not great, but guys, like, this isn't some revolutionary talent. You know what I mean? He's good, but he ain't that next level.
Good point. Good point. I want to go back to the Oregon thing, though.
Yeah.
What does that mean for Oregon to lose Willie Taggart to Florida State? Granted, that didn't work out, obviously. But then it's Cristobal, who's recruiting his ass off. I think then they just won the Pac-12. Correct me if I'm wrong.
2 years ago, and they got a 5.
I thought they won it last year.
Did they?
They beat USC in the Pac-12 championship, if I'm not mistaken.
Did they?
I think they did. Then what would that mean for a program like Oregon, who considers themselves a big dog? I've never considered them a big dog. They just have cool uniforms, so they're flashy every now and then. Mm-hmm. But what does that say for that program to lose their last two coaches to FSU and Miami? And just take away the fact that it's FSU and Miami, just the fact that other schools are poaching your coaches. What does that say about Oregon? Oregon
is at its max, right? Winning the Pac-12, right? Is Oregon ever going to be a national championship winner? Ever.
Their best bet was probably with Mariota.
So now go to this, Adrian, and we've had these talks all the time. If Miami is rolling, if Miami is at its peak, if FSU is at its peak,
well, they win championships,
and that's the difference.
We wouldn't ring.
Yet to show you the equation that leads to Oregon football being a national champion, right? It's just what it is. And I'll say this: will they ever be the most talented team on the entire West Coast? No.
Not if USC can get their shit together.
USC just got to be average.
If they just get their shit together, USC will run to the Pac-12, but for whatever reason, they can't get together.
Oregon will get lucky if they get the kids that USC doesn't want, you know? Now, again, Cristobal is recruiting his ass off, but it's all very top-heavy. You know, Cristobal would need another 3 years of what he's doing to get Oregon to that point, right? I think if something happened this year and Cristobal got a call and says, look, we're going to pay the buyout. Obviously, we have to do that. Whatever money it takes, Mario, you come to Miami. I don't think he hesitates. I think he picks up the phone. He's out here tomorrow.
Well, I think you just said something interesting where you said Oregon's probably still another 3 years or so.
Absolutely.
And what you say is interesting because I believe the same thing for the Florida schools. I mean, I think, and I'm no Dan Mullen fan, but Dan Mullen just showed that he took a 4-win Florida team to 10 wins in 1 year. The Florida schools can flip the switch like that
tomorrow
because the talent in this state is elite. Tomorrow. Florida, Miami, Florida State, they don't need 5-year rebuilds.
Right.
Dan Mullen proved you that.
Right.
And Dan Mullen's not a great recruiter by any stretch of the imagination. As a matter of fact, I'll even go as far as say he's the worst recruiter of the big three.
I would agree.
And Mike Norvell ain't won a damn thing yet, but he's showing that he's a better recruiter than Dan Mullen is.
No. Hey, Mullen is a far better football coach.
Oh yes,
and he is a recruiter.
Mullen's the top 5 football coach.
Sure. He's to your point.
He's the cornball though.
He's corny. He's corny. He's old school, right? Dan Mullen will get it up out of you though. I respect that.
Yeah. No, I agree with you.
But
the problem is Florida won't reach what they need to reach under him, in my personal opinion.
Yep. I agree. Again, I'll say this, man.
But there'll always be under Dan Mullen is one of the reasons why I actually want them to keep Dan Mullen. Florida will be competent under Dan Mullen.
Oh, for sure.
We won't get no more of those Muschamp years or McElwain years under Mullen. Sure. They'll be 8, 9, 10 win team.
Sure.
But he's not going to recruit to the level that's going to keep the other Florida schools out of it.
Sure.
I'm for that. If you're telling me at the end of every year Florida State can beat an 8-9 win Florida team, that's a good look on the resume.
But you know what that is though, Adrian. That's going back to the way things were, right? What was if we look at the history of these programs?
Yeah, because Spurrier was no different, really. Right. He wasn't as big as a cornball though.
Right.
Kids like Spurrier though.
If you look at the history of the programs, right, and when all this got bubbling, we got since 84 or 83, whenever it is, we got 11 national championships between the three, right? So, which is a crazy number to say out loud. 25% of the natties in the last 40 years, right? Shout out to Tyler Hedden because she really be doing work, right?
She got to be.
But the point is that if Florida is where they is, and this is just going back to the Cristobal thing. Somebody says, "Oh, Nike got all this long money." Guys, money doesn't always buy you opportunity. It doesn't.
That's true because that's the case. Texas A&M would have been had a national championship.
Texas A&M gave Jimbo $100 million, right?
That's true.
$100 million. If it was just about money, University of Texas and Ohio State would win every national title because nobody's money longer than them. Nobody's money longer than them. But the reality is, money's not everything. Money doesn't buy opportunity, man. It doesn't. And again, with this NIL, Marlon is a cuckold. That's funny. With this NIL thing, you're gonna see. I don't know what's gonna happen. I'm not even saying we're gonna be the biggest benefactors of it. I think you have like a school like Rutgers, Adrian. Rutgers University feeds to the New York and Philadelphia markets. I don't know if everybody knows that, right?
No,
Notre Dame feeds to the New York market. Like, you might make some good change going to the schools, right? But it's not just the change you're going to make. You got to think about the lifestyle that an 18, 19, 20-year-old wants to live, right? Nobody really wants to live in Eugene, Oregon, okay? Nobody does, right? If we was to go Miami, Tallahassee, Eugene, Oregon, they would always be third. You know what I'm saying? So at the end of the day, opportunity is probably the more important thing here than cash. And BB, I'll say this. Is Dan Mullen really the best coach in Florida? Because guess who's in Florida now? Gus Malzahn.
I like Dan more than Gus, personally.
By how much, though?
I don't know how much. You're kind of getting into a little bit of semantics there, but I like Dan more than Gus as far as coaching.
I don't know. I'll say this. Go ahead.
I think I'll put it like this. The reason I like Dan more than Gus, and this is my opinion, from what I've watched over the years, Dan can take his guys, get the most out of them, like you said.
Uh-huh.
I feel like Gus needs a specific kind of player to make that thing click. Like,
sure.
Since Nick Marshall,
sure,
that Auburn offense is really underachieved under Gus. I just feel like Gus hasn't found that quarterback. You know what I mean? And I feel like Dan can just make a guy better than what he is.
You know what it is though, Adrian. Gus, I think, overthought it. He brought in Stidham, which was a no-brainer. You have to bring him in, right? And then he got this kid, Bo Nix, who is a Auburn legacy. He's a legend. He won the Oregon game, whatever. But to your point, that's not what makes Gus' offense work, right? Gus needs a dual threat. He doesn't need to be a passer. I think when he gets to UCF, I promise you this, I don't even like UCF. You know that. I don't like it. Yeah, I don't like their fan base, whatever. If Gus gets a dual threat quarterback at UCF, it is a wrap. You understand what I'm saying?
We're talking about that. Gus won't be there longer than 2 years.
Come on, bro.
He won't be there longer than 2 years. And he'll be back in the SEC somewhere.
But who, SEC East, like Vandy?
No, I don't think he takes that. I
South
think
Carolina?
you're better off staying in UCF than going to Vandy.
Yeah, I'm just saying.
You're probably better off staying in UCF than going to South Carolina. But if well, A&M's not going to open up no time soon.
No.
And O might not be there very much longer.
You think so?
Only because they got some other stuff going on at that program.
Okay, that's fair.
outside of football, they got some other stuff that's going on out in that program with the almost another Baylor thing almost going on over there at LSU.
That's true.
So who knows? And I know that's not on Edo. It's more to do with Les Miles.
Right.
But who knows? If not the SEC, he'll be in the he'll be somewhere, bro. He's not gonna be at UCF 3, 4, 5 years. Three at the most.
You know what I think it is, Adrian? I think at UCF, he has the chance to be I don't know the guy's name, but the head coach at Nevada that rolled out the pistol, right? And I'll talk even though Adrian's not here. The head coach at Nevada that rolled out the pistol, that was there for like 20 years, whatever he was. That's what I think Gus could be at UCF, because I think, again, you have a top-tier Group of 5 program at UCF. If you go back to a Power 5, where are you really going to go to? You're not going to go to a Clemson, Miami, you know what I'm saying, Florida State. Like, that's not going to be in the cards, you know? And mine, yeah, you know, South Carolina got Beamer's son or whoever it is, but who is that? You know? Miami's still paying Willis McGahee now. Hey, DF, bro. If you in Oak Cliff for real, bro, you find a way to message me. We're going to get some drinks because it's some good conversation. Maiden Day, real quick.
My bad.
I think the only – no problem, bro. I'm looking right now. Kayvon Thibodeau, future first-round draft pick. He signed an NFT deal with Nike's Phil Knight, but that's it. I don't see a lot of Oregon players getting paid.
Shout out to Herb. Hold on, let me get the super chat. Shout out to Herb. Got him with the $10 donation. He says, question for the guys. If you replace 2 teams in ACC, who would they be? Who would you replace them with? He says Louisville and Syracuse.
That's a good question. Let's see. Adrian, I don't know if you want to start. My first thought is Virginia.
I'm thinking.
I want Virginia there. Virginia is just a nuisance at this point. Maybe Virginia and Q's, Virginia Boston College. I don't know how you feel.
I feel like I could do without Boston College.
Duke?
I feel like teams like Duke, that's ACC. Like basketball-wise, I get it. So I could do without Boston College.
Wake Forest?
Hell, I could do without Boston College and Pitt. I've always felt like Pitt was more of a Big Ten team anyway.
It feels like it, right?
I could do without Boston College and Pitt. And I would... Yeah, I don't know. Who would I replace them with? That I don't know. That's another interesting question. Irv says he would like South Carolina and bring Maryland back. I South Carolina, no. If I'm gonna bring 2 teams in the ACC, I want them to be some markets that I need, and I don't need that South Carolina market. Maybe the DMV market, so I'm not against Maryland. I'm okay with Maryland.
Right.
But South Carolina, no.
Right.
I can't think of the second team, man, to be honest with you.
I can't either, because I think, honestly, if we got rid of 2, you might as well stay where you at with the 10 you got, right?
Notre Dame and Maryland. I mean, yeah. I mean, that.
Hey, hold on, man. DF. Like I said, bro, I don't know who he is. I got to get a drink with this cat, bro. DF, I'm gonna be in Arlington when Duncanville plays Mater Dei. We got to link up. Terrence going to be there too, Adrian. So when Duncanville plays Mater Dei, you come out to Arlington. Let's go to the whatever it is, Dallas Live or whatever it is. We'll get it in there. DF being here with smoke, bro. DF being here with smoke, bro. Let's see, ACC. But yeah, I mean, yeah, I guess you would bring in Notre Dame, obviously. I don't know of a second team. I don't think you bring in South Carolina. I don't think you bring in Maryland.
Yeah, I don't think South Carolina does nothing for the conference.
They don't feel
Notre Dame, sure. Maryland, I could see.
Okay, so West Virginia, you can
You
bring
like
West
that?
Virginia to the ACC. You can bring them.
It makes
That'd
better
be all
sense.
right.
Makes better sense than being in the Big 12.
Yeah. Hey, we see DF out here. Hey, DF funny, bro. DF really out here wild. So Adrian, let me ask you this, right? So the FPI, ESPN FPI was just released, right? They just updated it. And they labeled very closely. Miami's at 11, Florida's at 12. Florida State's the third school or fourth school in the state. I'm not sure. If you're going to rank the top teams in the state of Florida today, July 9th, who's your pick?
The top team in the state of Florida?
Yep. Give me a top four.
I mean, the top three are still the top three, and you can put them in whatever order you want. And
Yeah.
I'll say UCF is legit, the fourth school in the state.
Okay.
They've played their way into that. What you're not gonna get me to come on here and tell and say is that FSU isn't the number one school in the state is what you're not gonna do.
Okay. That's
So
That's fair.
There's
so let me
that.
ask a different question. Can I ask a different question? Which team do you predict has the most wins?
this season,
Florida? Yeah.
I can legit say Miami probably. I think y'all schedule is cake. I'm like,
I agree.
no joke. Like,
I
if,
agree.
if you guys have the team that you think or you guys say you have, again, it's a 3-game, maybe 4-game schedule. You pointed out Appalachian State. If you guys sleep on that game, Bama, North Carolina, and Florida State. That's your schedule. That's just off the rip.
If we could dig, if you don't mind, hold on. Just because I have it open, I have 100 links open. But I'm gonna share it for you. All right. If y'all haven't seen the ESPN FPI with y'all have over here right now Alabama number 1, right? Clemson 2. I think we all expected that, right, Adrian? Oklahoma. By the way, if y'all don't know me,
I kind of feel like Oklahoma should be 2.
you
But
think
okay.
so, bro?
Yeah, I don't know. I think I don't know. I got to watch this Clemson quarterback. I don't know if he's. I don't know. Maybe that's just me wishing on the Clemson Tigers' downfall. But
Yeah. Hey, I gotta laugh at DF again, bro.
DF's
Hey,
hilarious. He's killing y'all tonight. He's killing y'all.
you remember in the other group we used to do the top Florida rankings and what do you say? Them dudes from 27th Street.
Them boys from Martin Luther King Avenue.
Okay. But nah, you go Alabama, Clemson, Oklahoma. You keep on dropping down. First of all, I don't know how Texas is up there. I don't know if Sarkisian really puts Texas in the top. Like, you know what I'm saying, bro? I don't know if he does that.
Did Todd Herman find a job?
Ooh, that's a good question. We'll put that up.
Okay. Yeah, we can come back to that. I was
Yeah.
I just thought about that. Did he find a job?
Yeah, that's a. Let's see. Okay, he's an offensive analyst for the Chicago Bears. Okay, that's cool.
Okay.
Good landing spot. Ohio State, and that's so side conversation. That's
Hey,
really
man.
interesting, right? If y'all follow the NFL, y'all know Chicago Bears drafted Justin Fields. Justin Fields ran the same offense that Tom Herman runs that he learned from Urban Meyer, et cetera, right? And again, shout out to DF. DF really contributed. If y'all can tip DF, man, tip DF on his way out. But I don't know, man. You go Iowa State. at number 10. That's kind of crazy. I didn't think I'd ever see that in my lifetime. Iowa State at number 10. Miami at 11. 11. With a 47% chance to win its division.
And Gators right under you guys, huh?
But they only give Gators a 20% chance to win the SEC East. That's different, right? Miami's only got a 10% chance to win the conference. And I'll say this for any Miami fans that's watching. Notice that we're ahead of UNC, but it's only incremental, right? Let's see, Oregon. I don't know if I agree with this, Adrian. I don't know about you, man. I don't know about you. I feel like Wisconsin should be higher. Wisconsin always outperforms, right?
I'm a big believer. The rankings shouldn't come out to like the third, fourth game of the season.
Sure, I mean, but this is all data from last year. Right?
But if we're going off last year, I mean, I guess.
Yeah. LSU a 7-5 team. That's what they're saying. I don't know. You pick LSU 7-5?
Probably not.
I
know they struggled last year, but they had a lot of opt-outs last year.
Right.
Of some big-time players too. So I don't know.
They got Stingley. They got Ricks. Hold on. We'll wait for that to load. Y'all excuse my PC. Who else, man? Auburn. App State's ahead of UCF. That's different. I didn't expect that.
I don't know what Michigan did to deserve to be where they're at.
Michigan is consistently, I think we would all agree, the most overrated program in the country. Like by a wide margin, right? I don't know, man. But looking at the FPI, man, I just don't, while we're here, let's go ahead and check your boys out. Where y'all at?
What do you think about that? What do you think about putting Miami and FSU in the SEC?
It wouldn't work. It wouldn't work. We would dominate. The money that would go into Miami and Florida State and the exposure in the SEC conference, especially now with NIL, all that stuff considered, you would have a gridlock. You'd have an 8-4, 9-3 gridlock every year. You know what I'm saying? How do you expect somebody to come out of that, scot-free? Mayan King, yeah, man. Campbell is a dope coach. So, Adrian, do you agree that y'all are down with the Louisville Cardinals right now?
If you want to base it off of last year, yeah, sure. I'm not gonna defend anything you saw last year, man.
So hold on. So y'all worse than Texas Tech?
Apparently so.
Nah, I can never buy that.
Hey, it is what it is.
I can never buy that. Hold on, bro. I'm gonna be right back real quick. Hold on.
Yeah. But look, you're not gonna get me to come here and defend our preseason rankings. I don't care about them. I've never been a fan of preseason rankings. Again, I think the rankings shouldn't be released to the third, fourth game of the season. But as of July, sure, you can put us ranked 70th. I don't care. Norvell does have a lot to prove. I mean, we all watched that team last year. However, I'm on the other end of the I don't know. What do you call it? I'm on the other end, though. Like, I believe what you saw last year was what it was. And I think you're going to see the total opposite this year. I'm not saying we go 3 losses and, but Milton, revamped O-line. Offensively, we're not going to put our defense in the position that we put them in last year. We're going to score points, make adjustments. Only thing I worry about is that defense. That's just where I'm at with that. I don't need a shot.
Over there. No, Daddy.
Come on, man. You're in the way.
No.
FSU and UM and the SEC would engulf the NCAA. That's the only thing that separates Florida from the other two Florida schools is the SEC money. And like Jurgen was saying, is why it wouldn't work. I want to say Florida, but that SEC money talks, and I don't see them leaving those rivals with Georgia. They can still keep their Georgia rival. I'm not a fan of the ACC conference anyway.
You don't like the ACC, Yellow?
I don't like the way the I've spoke about this plenty of times. I don't like the way the ACC treats the school that kept them relevant for the last 20, 30 years.
Oh, for sure. For sure.
They treat Florida, and I get it because, they're a basketball school. So that's what they care. They care about their North Carolinas and their Dukes.
Right.
But football is what brings the money to these schools.
Sure.
And they treat Florida State like it didn't carry this conference for the last 30 years.
That's true.
But, if it was up to me, Florida State would leave this conference. Go dominate the Big 12.
Real quick, to Dave's point, right? I think Miami's always going to be on that outlier, right? Nobody ever really liked Miami. Nobody, right? It wasn't good for college football. Going and recruiting primarily in Opelika and poking beans and all that stuff was never good for college football. Recruiting Muck City was never good for college football, right? But they got to deal with it. Nothing illegal about it. Wasn't good. Go. Oh, you the GOAT now, Elo? Is that what that is?
No, Norville Central. That's the GOAT.
Oh, okay.
Norville Central tied in with all the recruits. What's going on, bro? How you doing?
Norvell, so you the recruit guy, huh?
He's me and Norville Central. We're gonna do some stuff coming up here soon. We just got to get on the same page. But
yeah,
he's has good stuff, man. Good information.
Yeah. Is he on Twitter?
He's on Instagram. He's on Twitter, but he does his live streams. He does most of his content on Instagram.
Okay, well, Norvell, from a Miami fan, you got to follow Big Bro because I feel like I've seen your name before. So there you go.
Why is the ACC championship game in North Carolina? When can it be a Florida every year? Dumb.
They sensitive, bro. I think that's what that is. They want to make everybody
like I said, the ACC cares about those Carolina schools because they are a basketball conference. So the North Carolinas, the Wake Forests, the Dukes, the NC States, all those schools that were like, oh, they should get them out the ACC and replace. No, those schools will never go anywhere. That's who they love.
Right.
That's who they show whenever you see these ACC networks commercials. You'll see North Carolina 5 times before you see a Spear.
Right.
Again, the way they mistreat Florida State in this conference, I don't know why we put up with it, to be quite honest with you.
Mm-hmm.
But whatever. It is what it is.
Right.
If it was up to me, Florida State would leave this bum-ass conference.
Right.
Because they've literally been the last conference in terms of network deals and all that. I mean, Big 10, even the Big 12. A lot of these conferences, man, are kind of running laps around the ACC.
That's right.
But I think they just got a new commissioner or something. I don't know. We'll see what happens with the ACC. I just never been a fan of them, and I'm Florida State, but I could care less about the ACC as a whole.
Good talk. Hey Norvell, we appreciate the follow back. Norvell, that's real stuff, bro. I appreciate that follow back. But yeah, ACC. I think to your point, Adrian, like when they're talking about the idea of schools leaving the ACC, coming back, whatever, right? Like if you were to take out a Wake Forest, whatever. To your point, they want to maintain a basketball stranglehold, which I think is like business-wise it makes sense. But to your point, y'all don't make no money off of basketball, right? Like one NCAA title season in basketball is a New Year's Six game for us. Y'all got to make sense here.
It's been said before, and I'll say it again. Basketball generates enough money to pay for itself.
That's it.
football generates enough money to pay for basketball, lacrosse, swimming team, the golf team, the water polo team,
Right.
the debate club, the chess team. Like, that's the difference.
Right.
Basketball pays for itself. Football pays for everybody else.
Right.
But the ACC has been backwards compared to these other conferences. They valued basketball. That's why Notre Dame is a part of the ACC in basketball, but not a part of the ACC in football. Plus other things, because Notre Dame has that NBC money.
Mm-hmm.
But they care more about their basketball, and they always have, and probably will going forward. But they get behind Clemson, but that's because Clemson's one of the original ACC members. So again, the disrespect Florida State has gotten. It is what it is.
Right.
Can
I ask a question that's kind of unrelated to this? Right now, best football player, best college football player in the state of Florida out of the big three, who is it?
Wow, that's not something I've given much thought of.
I just thought about that when I walked out the room.
Best college football player out of the big three.
Mm-hmm. Good question.
So who's the best player on Miami's team? I'll start there.
I think the default right now is King.
De'Aaron King. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Who do we think the best player on Florida's team is?
I don't follow them, so I don't know the answer.
Same here.
If there's any Florida Gators fans, we don't pay attention to y'all that much.
And I won't answer this question, but I'll let Chance answer it. Who's the best FSU player on the team right now? Is it Milton? Is it Jermaine Johnson?
Well, no, Milton has to be, right? You don't think so?
I'm not debating it. I'm just curious. Like, I haven't really given him much question. I would definitely say Milton's the most important player on this team.
Sure. Okay, so we got two quarterbacks so far.
And if we keep that trend and we go with Florida, then is Emory Jones the best player on the Gators? Because I think that's going to be the quarterback of them.
You say
Florida Gators.
Dexter.
Okay. D tackle. Okay. Montre says Gainer's the best player on the Seminoles. Okay. I can rock with that. Definitely, I think he's the most talented.
I mean, real quick, Orlando Kane. Can we argue Bubba?
Phil King just said Bubba Bolden's the best player on.
I think Bolden has an argument. Is a legit argument. Obviously, King has the most impact, but is King a better quarterback than Bolden is a safety?
Our Davey says get away from the quarterbacks. They're the most important.
Okay, so we'll get away from the quarterback. So who's the best non-quarterback? So for us, it'll be Bubba. I think every Kane fan would agree with that. Bubba Bolden, best player outside of De'Aaron King in Miami. Elam? Elam is that the guy at Florida right now? Elam Kair?
Yeah, BB's a Gator, so he would know. He says Elam. If we get away from quarterback, for me, I would say it's going to be either Amari Gainer or Jermaine Johnson. Might be the best football players on the team. That's so interesting.
Davius, that's fair. That's a really good question, man. I think it's up in the air because we don't necessarily have on either team a set of real, like, you know what I'm saying?
Terrence says Toll Philly's the best non-quarterback at Florida State. Don't know if I believe that. Terrence, I like Toll Philly a lot, but you're telling me, I don't know.
Tell Terrence we're not going to listen until he plugs in with the ball.
Yeah, Terrence. As a matter of fact, get off my screen.
Yeah,
you're supposed to be on the show. I want to hear you now.
Don't listen till you plug in with the fellas, you know? Now, mate, I think Bubba Bolden would be the next guy for us. Tyreek Stevenson, we haven't seen him play yet, but that'll be up there, right?
And that's my thing with Jermaine is like we ain't seen him. We've seen him play at Georgia,
right?
But we haven't seen him be the starter at Florida State yet for me to say he's the best player. If it's not Jermaine Johnson, I would go with Gainer.
Yeah. So let me So since we can't come to an answer, because I'll be honest, if this is what we're throwing out, I think if you're talking about from an NFL prospect, Bubba is pretty much up there. We know safeties don't go high on draft day unless they run 4.3 or something like that. Bubba probably got the best grade out of the guys mentioned. I'll say this, Adrian. By the end of the year, these three names, Khair, Bubba, I think Amari Gainer is what we're settling on for FSU. I don't think that those hold up in 12 weeks. You know what I'm saying? Like I think.
So what do you think?
No, I'm just saying, I think 12, 14 weeks from now, I think these teams are completely different. You know, not to say that Bubba won't be good, but if a defensive end from Miami jumps out and has a 12 sack, 13 sack season, the conversation's different. You know? Now, Phil, I get what you're saying, but again, we didn't know Gregory Rousseau until, sorry, Adrian, he had like 5 sacks against FSU, right? And then he was without doubt the best player on Miami. You know what I mean? Travis Hunter gonna. You want me to tell you why? And by the way, Adrian, you know I like Travis Hunter a lot, right? Just from a football perspective, like you want to kill that's built like him, moves like him, etc. I think it all starts with the quarterback position, man. You just got to have the right kid. I don't think he has to be that talented.
I agree.
It has to be the right kid.
I don't know how much you pay attention to my community page on YouTube, but I put a poll saying who is FSU's most important recruit.
Right.
And there was out of, I forget all the names, but for Travis Hunter and AJ Duffy were the top 2 vote getters.
Right.
Out of 100 odd something votes or whatever. And I get everybody that's saying Hunter. I like Hunter as much as the next guy. I think Duffy's the most important recruit because, like you just said, you're talking about the quarterback position potentially being set for the next 3 to 4 years.
You got to have the right kid, man. Like, do I actually want to go out and take snaps with that dude?
Give me a minute.
Yeah, it's all good. But it's like, do I really want to go out and take snaps with that dude, AJ Duffy, or whoever it is? You know? BB, I don't know. Is Khair Elam really a top 15 guy? Is that really what it is? Because I'll tell you right now, I think Zion Nelson has more NFL, I guess you can say, value than Elam right now. I could be wrong. Is that 2021, 2022? Yeah, I'm not gonna lie, Miami fans. I'm sorry, but I forgot about Zion Nelson. Zion would be another argument outside of Bubba. Yeah, there you go, Phil. Right, Zion would be another guy.
Oh shit! Somebody decided to show up while he walking the strip.
Who that? Who that? XT?
Yeah. Can you hear us? Can't hear you.
Yeah, I can hear you.
All right, somebody want to give his 2 cents. What you got?
Hey man, so it may be wishful thinking, but I think Toa Philly has the ability to have the most impact on the FSU team next year if given the opportunity.
How so?
I truly believe he was probably one of the better backs that we had last year. I love Ladarius Webb. That's my guy.
Here's my thing, dog. I don't disagree with you. The problem is the position he's playing. Norvell uses 3-4 running backs.
Yeah,
so they're not going to use Toa Philly like we were using Cam Akers and Dalvin Cook the last few years.
That's true, and it's a shame. But if you're going to ask me who the best guy out there, if you're going to ask me who our best running back is, it's him.
Okay, I don't necessarily disagree with that. That's fair.
It's going to be him if that's the best running back. I take him over who we have at wide receiver right now as the best skill position player.
That's an interesting conversation.
And yeah, it is because I know you like the guy who just came in. I forget his name right now. Yeah, I'm drawing a blank on his name. I know you like the transfer.
I mean, I like him, but I like Malik McClain even more. The only problem is he's a freshman, but 6'5",
He
you
played
can't
day one.
teach
He
that.
playing now? He gonna play day one?
He'll be in the rotation. I don't know if he's going to start. Malik McClain's going to be in the rotation.
That's a big deal. I think Toafili will get more playing time than him.
Probably, because Toafili's more proven than him.
Because I think Toafili takes over Webb's role. Webb got a lot of playing time. Honestly, Webb was the number one back for us. Corbin, I guess you can argue, might have been is 1A, 1B with those two. But I think he takes over a lot of what Webb was doing. So, for me, and in all honesty, I just don't see anybody that figures out to me. That's like, oh, that guy is better than anybody that we have on offense.
I like Toafili as much as you. My thing with Toafili is just that there's one football. To say he's the best player, not quarterback on the team, I don't know.
I mean, so who's your guy? I didn't hear you. I might have missed.
I would say it would either be Gaynor or Jermaine Johnson. What?
I guess. I mean, I mean, Gaynor's.
First of all, where are you?
I was going to ask.
Where am I? I'm in downtown Dallas. I'm gonna go ahead and flip the cam for y'all. Can I flip the cam? I don't know. I'm in downtown Dallas, man. I'm actually out. It's a friend of my fiance's. It's her birthday or some shit. We out here. I mean,
hey, Terrence, let me interrupt real quick because me, you, and DF when they hit downtown Dallas. Serious here in the next few weeks. This dude DF.
I done hit it up.
Hilarious.
I done hit it up. I've been out. I'm at actually Catbird. It's the name of the place. Nice spot, beautiful pool, beautiful balconies. Nice. But yeah, I love it out here. Me and Turner, we actually gonna be hitting up the what game is that? Mater D coming in town?
Mater Day, yeah.
Mater Day.
Whatever, however you pronounce it. Mater Day. Is it Duncanville?
Yeah, Mater Day Duncanville. Yep.
So we're gonna be hitting up that game, and then we trying to convince Mr. Polk County out here to do the road trip with us to the FSU UM game.
Yeah.
That's in November.
Yeah.
I gotta see if I can get the time off. I just took a whole month off just now, so we gotta see how that works out.
You took a month off, man, but I mean they can do without you for a week.
You're right. They don't need me.
They don't need you. I mean, we appreciate your service, but they can do without you for a week.
They definitely don't need me.
But listen, man, I wanted to take some time out and join y'all for a few minutes, but I got to get back in here, so I got someplace to go home and sleep.
Don't get in trouble. Don't get in trouble.
Respect.
Y'all take it easy, man.
Respect, bro. All love.
Don't make no words.
All right. Hey, I gotta share my IG. Yeah, if you gotta holler at me, man. We finna link up, man. He a whole nose fan. We finna link up with DF. But yeah, Adrian. So listening to Terrence, I'm sure he's not the only FSU fan that feels that way. Right?
I don't know. I think people like Toafili, and I like Toafili.
Yeah.
But again, it's just the position he plays, and that it's not like that backfield is crowded. Like Norvell Central said, like don't sleep on Corbin. Corbin might be the runner. It might not be the runner that Toafili is, but he does a lot of other things like pass blocking and catching out of the backfield better than the other backs. And then you just added DJ Williams from Auburn. If you don't know what that kid's capable of, go watch him versus LSU. He destroyed LSU single-handedly. I mean, that backfield is loaded. I don't know. I don't know. Can you just come out and say Toafili's the best player on the Florida State team, not named Mackenzie Millen? I feel like it's a guy on the defense if I had to pick a guy.
If you so let's escape that, right? We was trying to identify the best player, but
DS said you have a Twitter.
yeah, man. At I forget what it is, bro. Hold up. I don't really be on there like that. But hold up.
Get out of my camera, dude.
No.
Yes.
No.
I don't even know how to see.
No.
At Coach Jerg, man. COAH Jerg, JERG. Hit me up on Twitter at Coach Jerg, man. If y'all ain't here. But yeah, man. And yeah, for everybody in here, there's like 38 people in here. Halo, that's crazy. Hit the like button, man.
We had upwards of 40 something.
Yeah, man. Support my dog, big time, man. But,
Definitely hit the like button.
So a little. We haven't brought this up, and in this show, this is my ritual, right?
Uh-oh.
Yeah, our boy went number 4 overall to the Atlanta Falcons. My dog Kyle Pitts, right? And if y'all haven't been in here, I've said this for weeks now. This to me is the most overrated prospect in the history. I'm gonna say that right now. It's probably because of Liquor's talking. In the history of pro football, I've never seen somebody called offensive weapon number 1 in my life, and you know that they low. So since we're gonna go to draft talk,
I had a Georgia fan or Atlanta fan tell me that this guy is Megatron 2.0.
stop.
That's what he told me.
Stop. They can eat a sack of you know what, right?
That's what they told me.
But into the draft talk, we talked about Hamza big time when we was here
Right.
a few months ago. He goes to the Jets. He's moved to linebacker already. I don't know if you guys know that. Hamza Nasruddin moved to linebacker already. I don't know how y'all feel about that. I think we talked about him being in that tweener position. Clearly, the Jets see him as a weak side linebacker. You think it's going to work out good for him?
I'm interested to follow it and see what happens. That might have a little bit to do with that knee injury. Maybe he's lost a step since the knee injury, so he can't play that safety position to the level that he needs to.
Okay.
There you go. But yeah, I'm excited to watch Hamza. I'm excited to watch all those guys.
Yeah, I think I'm interested in seeing how the position.
The problem is the Jets, but I'm excited to watch Nasruddin. The problem is that
you don't think they're under better management right now. The Jets.
We'll see.
Okay, that's fair.
In my lifetime, the Jets only time they were any good was when they had Rex Ryan as the head coach.
Yeah, no, respect. I just wonder if you think he was in a good position. Falcon. This is why you my dog. All right,
bro. That's what I'm saying, DF. And that's where I was at with that pick. I said that pick makes a ton of sense if you're keeping Julio Jones and trying to win next year.
We agreed on that.
If you're keeping Julio and you're going all out next year and you're saying I'm trying to win, we're trying to go for Super Bowl next year. We're trying to have the best offense in the league next year. Then that makes sense. But to bring in Pitts as your number 1 guy now, with no Julio to account for, I think Falcon fans are going to be very disappointed with what they get into that.
You can't go out there and catch 120 passes.
Yeah,
I see mine remembers who I am. Mine, here's the thing, and this is what I've always said, is you don't draft the guy because of what he could be, right? I don't think that's real. You know what I mean? Like, if you're a dog, you're a dog. I don't think Kyle's there yet. But Hamza going to the Jets, Adrian, he's going to be playing a lot of what is essentially a hybrid Tampa 2, a quarters-based defense. You know what I mean? I think Hamza, if he can play well in space, with all that length that we talked about, decent speed, Hamza might make himself a little bit of money now. He might get to that second contract.
I hope so.
I really do think so. If he's playing for Saleh, Robert Saleh, and the way Robert Saleh runs defenses, man, I think he might be able to give y'all a little bit of a good look.
Even so, Cable Guy. Okay, Calvin Ridley, I agree, he's the number 1 guy, but does Calvin Ridley demand the attention that Julio Jones ever demanded?
No.
Meaning, what would have been better, having to account for Julio and Calvin Ridley, and then now Pitts is literally what matched up one-on-one with the safety or a linebacker. Like that's where you want him at, being in those mismatches where Pitts can really take advantage. That's not going to happen now, is my point.
Right, where he will win every time.
Right, where he'll win in every mismatch. Like that's where Pitt was going to excel, but he's not going to be there now. Now he's going to be the main priority of the stop. I think a lot of teams figure my best corner can cover Calvin Ridley.
Yeah,
that's how I would look at it.
Yeah. I'll say this, and Adrian, this is kind of off topic, but just thinking about it because I think you did it during the springtime. We should probably go live during FSU Notre Dame if you like doing that kind of thing.
During the game? I usually don't do during the game.
Okay, so maybe halftime.
I always do a video during halftime to just my quick thoughts.
I just during this I clicked over to Florida State spring game because I wanted to see some stuff. But point is this: I don't think Calvin Ridley is really NFL number one, right? I don't know about you, Adrian.
I don't disagree with you. And that was kind of my point. Yeah. Like he might be number one for the Falcons, but
right. Maybe he's a number one. Is he a dominant number one? Point is, Kyle Pitts is going to get a whole lot, especially. I mean, look, I'm a Tampa Bay fan. We're not worried about Calvin Ridley winning the game, right?
No, most
Julio comparing us one-on-one for 3 touchdowns.
Yeah, Julio's going to kill you. That's what I'm saying.
Absolutely. Jerry Williams did the same thing. He blew up. He wasn't showing up for physical training, etc. Yeah, man. I don't know. But yeah, I just had to get Kyle Williams out the way because that's my wheelhouse. So who'd y'all have drafted? Just Hamza? Was that the only guy to go for y'all this year?
No, we had Hamza, Asante.
That's right. Okay.
Kando and J-Rob.
So is Asante a day one nickel? Is he a day one nickel for San Diego?
I don't know. That's a good question. They'll probably start him off there. Okay. Probably. I mean, took him in the second round for that reason, most likely.
Yeah.
But we haven't talked about this, and I haven't really gauged, even in the chat I haven't really gauged your thoughts so much on the NLI and your thoughts on this.
Sure.
And good or bad for the game, good or bad for the locker room. What's your thoughts on the NLI?
I'm going to tell you this, and this is going to be an old head, right? I really want to try to find a way, Adrian, we get going. I have a really good friend of mine. He's a really, really old Buckeye, right? All-American Buckeye. But he gave this knowledge to me when I was 21. He made this to me. He was talking about college players getting paid. I was going to FAU at the time. And, I'm a broke college student, right? So I'm looking at the football players like all of these dudes got cars on Dubs, the whole nine, right? But he's saying to me, he's like, man, these dudes deserve money. I said, Coach, they living good. I'm coaching high school football, 21 years old. And he said, let me ask you this, Jurgen. No matter how much money they got right now, is it fair that one of their classmates can sell a T-shirt with their name on it and not have to pay them any money, right? When he said that to me, that changed my mind on the matter 100%, right? Because that's fair. If you, Adrian, can go to FSU as a student and sell, I don't know why Kando's coming to my mind because I know we've talked about it a lot. Yeah. But you can sell a Joshua Kando shirt with his number and his name on it and make money off of it and never have to give Kando a dime. Is that fair to Joshua Kando? Absolutely not. Right. So I think it's great for football because you can't continue to take advantage of these kids at all levels, right? Now, I do think on the other hand, like colleges are giving you that platform and that's why they're not paying you. You see what I'm saying? Like who else? Like if you go to Alabama, you go to a spring game, you're in front of 90,000 people. Who else is going to give you that platform, Adrian? You know what I'm saying? That platform's few and far between. At a practice, you'll have 90,000 people show up. You see what I'm saying? So it's like giving those kids a chance to capitalize off that. And, maybe they make enough money in college, Adrian, to put a down payment on the house when they get out. I think that's fair to the kids. That's just me, though. What do you
See,
think?
I've never really been against. I've always been vehemently against a school paying a kid,
Me too.
but I've never been against. And honestly, I don't know why a kid could never, like you said, sell a shirt with their name on it.
Right.
You know, like
Stupid.
um. So no, I don't have a problem with the NL. I don't have a problem with them being able to do that. I do think you're opening up a box, though. You're opening up. I don't know if Pandora's box is the right word, but you're opening up. I read recently that Kirby Smart was, I think it was Kirby Smart. Could be mistaken, but one of the big schools in the SEC was like encouraging the boosters to start putting monies in these kid pockets. Well, okay, you're opening up some things there when you start openly on social media saying, "Hey, boosters, give my kids money." Like,
Can I ask you this though? Wasn't that already happening?
yeah,
So
we know it was already happening for
yeah,
sure.
yeah.
But now to be able to do it without any repercussions, I mean, you know, I don't know, man. I don't know.
Let me throw this out there. I'm gonna just throw this out there, right? Miami has struck a lot of good luck with this so far collectively, right? American Top Team Gym is committed to $540,000 a year. This is already a Miami booster. And they said, we're going to give every Miami kid $500 a month, right? Every scholarship kid to either wear our products or promote our gym, right? Which is as simple as going on and tweeting once, right? Tweeting a picture of their gear or going to the gym, working out and say, hey, y'all, I'm at American Top Team, getting in top shape, whatever. That's it. I guess what I'm trying to say, Adrian, is what's wrong with a booster doing what they were doing already legally, number one, right? Number two is for that business, that's not a bad investment, is it? I'm gonna spend 540,000, but this is Miami, right? One of those kids is gonna go first round. There's no question, right? If one of those kids goes first round and I got first round exposure, I made back my 540,000 like that. So it's not a bad investment. You see what I'm saying? So I guess what I'm getting at is it bad for the colleges, universities? No. Is it bad for college football? I don't think so either. Because a kid, you've been young before. We all been there. We ain't gonna talk about e-board. We ain't gonna talk about all that, right? But if I had all my expenses covered and somebody was giving me $500 a month, Adrian, I'd be doing pretty good. Wouldn't you agree?
Yeah.
If you know what I'm saying? And that's not the only person that's going to do that. So yeah, is Kirby Smart and them taking it too far? Maybe, right? But how many schools can really do what just happened in Coral Gables? You see what I'm saying? Not a lot of markets have that type of money flowing through it like that. Not a lot of them. I don't know. I think what you'll see in I do think you'll see something blatant go on. Like if I'm an Alabama player and I'm selling T-shirts for myself, and out of nowhere I sold 1,000 shirts in my first weekend opening, like I think that's gonna happen, right? But what's wrong with that, bro? Like, come on,
No, I'm with you. I just wanted to pose a question there. What about the dynamic and this is the part that I have a pushback on, not from the detractors. Like people were saying, kids, this is gonna breed jealousy and dysfunction in locker rooms, and I'm like, stop. First of all, let's stop pretending like the top dogs don't get preferential treatment already. Let's stop pretending like they don't already know who the big boys are in the locker room.
Right.
And we just sat here and acknowledged that they were already getting paid behind the scenes anyway.
Right. Have you, Adrian, you remember I was just talking to a group the other day. Anybody in the chat could understand this. But there's a kid, remember, Adrian, there's a kid tweeting about Aaron Donald taking a drill off, basically, right? Like he basically just walked through the drill, right? And we was talking in the group like Aaron Donald has clauses that he doesn't have to show up. Like he can go train on his own as long as you show up and play your ass off. We're gonna pay you whatever, right?
He's Aaron Donald.
But that's the point, right?
Like,
Football players aren't stupid. If you've ever been in a locker room, meaning if you're not a cornball, if you've ever been in a locker room, you would understand people don't hate like that. You may have some haters.
and
right?
not only that, but even if the ones that are hating, they were already hating. NLI ain't gonna make them hate any more than they already was.
Right. Oh man, why does Adrian get number one? I run better routes than Adrian.
He was already a hater from the jump.
Yeah.
My endorsement money isn't gonna enhance the hate.
Oh, Adrian gets first team reps because he had 4 stars and I had 3 stars. That's the only reason why Adrian gets first team reps. Maybe Adrian is actually better than you. And you know what's going to happen to that kid? That kid's going to transfer to Appalachian State and then
right.
You see what I'm saying, bro?
Right.
Like,
yeah. No, I agree. I totally agree with you.
We know there's always been a kid. Oh, it's not my fault. It's coach's fault.
And quite frankly, if you're on the defense with Aaron Donald, you don't even want him practicing anyway.
Bro,
I want that dude lining up next to me on Sunday because I know what he brings to the table.
Bro, and
don't waste your time. Don't waste your time over here in this drill, bro.
We used to hate, man, and I made this mistake early on as a high school coach, man. Like, rewarding kids that work hard, and you have to reward them, right? But it was more so like you got a kid who's a freshman and he's 6'3", 265 pounds. And it's like, oh, he's lazy, so I'm not going to play him. I was an idiot for doing it. You know what I'm saying? Because the reality is, even though that team rushed for 200 yards a game, right? That 6'3", 265 might be 6'6", 270. You know what I'm saying? I need 5 of them to win a state title. You see what I'm saying? So it's like you can act all you want to, but it's like, yo, and you know this, Adrian, who got all the preferential treatment? The best athletes and the fat kids, right? Because there's not too many fat kids that actually want to hit somebody. And there's not too many kids that can run that fast, right? So at the end of the day, you'd be like, man, I practice every day. Such and such had a shoulder injury for the last 3 weeks, but he started every Friday. You know what? Because you suck and he's good. And every football player understands that.
I just think, people act like they weren't there or we didn't see it growing up. Like, bro, I used to see the best football players be in the easy classes. Like, I don't know. I don't know why people are using the NLI as a reason to act like now all of a sudden this is oh man, the locker rooms are going to be so divided. No, they're not. They're not going to be any more divided than they already were. If they are even, again, the haters are going to hate.
Right.
And it's not going to keep them from. That's just my opinion, though. Like Tyler said, much to do about that.
Always been in the game, bro. Oh, he get the number he want. He da-da-da-da.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. If you were a hater before, you're going to be a hater now.
Right. If I could just address a comment real quick, May today.
I'll put it up on there.
Talk about LSU. LSU right now has the number 4 class in the country, the number 1 class in the SEC, average rating on 24/7 of 0.933. So that's basically a big 4-star grade.
They're killing me.
Listen, LSU is a monster program. A kid is not gonna not go to LSU unless they tell you they're shutting it down. Okay, so. No, I don't think that's real fact.
Nothing's gonna be LSU won't be affected until a ruling comes down.
Until they say, hey, you're reducing 27 scholarships.
Until no bowl games for the next 3 years, until they Baylor them, if it gets to that point, till you get that Baylor Penn State type treatment for all of this, nothing's gonna happen. And then once that happens, those kids will transfer out and go elsewhere.
Hopefully,
for the time being.
But look at this: LSU number 2 quarterback, number 4 offensive tackle, number 2 safety, number 2 tight end in the country, number 14 cornerback is the next guy down at the number 121 in the country. They're not hurting for anything. It's a monster of a program. I think we can all agree with that. It's a monster program. You know. So yeah, I don't think that's going to be a big deal. Mind King, winning cures everything, and that's what I said with this Miami recruiting class earlier. If Manny finds a way to get to 10 wins, which is somebody I don't even know the last time Miami's been at 10 wins. But if we find a way to, and I think that was the Malik Rozier year. I could be wrong.
Yeah, I think like Mark Richt
and Rozier went 10-2,
second to last year. I think.
Yeah, so maybe that year, but 10 wins from Miami, we'd be all right. The gift of being, you know what? I think LSU was probably an outsider on the good old boys. I could be wrong about that. But LSU doesn't have the money that Alabama does. You know what I'm saying? They definitely don't have that. Hey, you can correct me if I'm wrong.
I don't know about the money situation, but I don't think LSU. If you don't honestly, if you don't look at LSU in the last 20 years, LSU's more on the Ole Miss, right above the Ole Miss Mississippi State type platform.
They had two natties
before Nick Saban.
They had one Nick Saban.
That's what I'm saying. I'm talking about the last 20 years. So I'm talking about before Nick Saban, which was what, 03?
Okay, right.
04, right?
Right.
Somewhere. But in the last 20 years is what LSU's kind of really boosted. But like go back to the 90s and the 80s. You're talking about a decent program, but you're not talking about,
Right. No, I don't go that far back with my I'm just thinking about LSU. They won a national title. What was it, 2001? They had a run there with Matt Flynn, Justin Jefferson's brother. I forget his name. AJ Jefferson was that 2010, 2011, 2012. When they lost to Bama, they beat Bama and lost to Bama and Natty. Shout out Jordan. Jordan, I think Texas A&M has him beat. I don't know. Anyway, point is, I don't think LSU's ever going to hurt for anything. I don't think they're at that point as a program, Adrian. I don't know about you.
I just think that when the SEC got the big network deals and the conference changed, it boosted all of those schools, quite honestly.
I agree.
Ole Miss, Mississippi State. You're talking about South Carolina, traditionally programs that barely are 500 if you look at their overall records. The money just changed the whole outlook of that conference, period.
Sure. Then you get the boosters involved and all that, especially at LSU, where you run the state, right? It may not be a ton of people, but it's a ton of money, right?
Maiden Day says, if this came out about Miami, the world would be screaming for a death penalty before the actual facts came out.
Can I say something? I don't feed into none of that shit. Excuse my language, but I don't, because you got to let situations play, bro. You know, we have our value in the college football landscape. Miami has its value, right? And Miami cannot look like it's targeted. Let SMU take that title from us. You know what I mean? That's just my opinion, though, right? Miami, we just got to show up and play football with South Florida guys. That's what we got to do. You know, fuck all that penalty and scandal. Something to Nevin Shapiro. You remember that, Adrian? Nevin Shapiro with the, we got to take sanctions. Like, man, if them boys would have showed up and played, we wouldn't have cared about no damn Nevin Shapiro. We take Nevin Shapiro. You know what I'm saying? That's just, it is what it is. Let me ask y'all this, Adrian. Y'all, you got 2-5. What y'all got? 2 5-stars on the trail right now? Is that what it is? Mm-hmm. 2 5-stars, and then so there's a little bit of a dip after that, right? You go into 4-star territory.
What you got? When you say dip, what do you mean? Because
what I'm saying is if you're going by the rankings, the .00 whatever rankings, what is the dip? Hold on. I promise you I have a point I'm getting to. Hold on. So I didn't know that Edgerrin James was DJ Williams' uncle. Did you know that?
Yeah, I did.
Okay, that's pretty interesting.
So you go from Hunter, who's .99993.
Right.
McCall .98.
Right.
then Duffy 9.6, and then from that you go down to 0.90.
So this is my question: who fills in that space for y'all? That 0.96 to 0.90, because you said earlier there's a couple guys that you're targeting, aside from the 3 stars and stuff, right? That you're trying to bring in. Do you think that I know Elijah Pritchett was a guy, right? Do you really have your eyes on a Pritchett, Javante Barnes?
But for me, it's, I'll be completely honest with you, Doug.
Yeah.
If we got Marvin Jones Jr., I wouldn't care who else they signed this class.
Hey, I want that.
And that's just the facts.
Hey, listen.
You keep what we have now, and you land Marvin Jones Jr. I don't care who else you sign in this class. I'm Gucci.
Hey, if there was anybody that y'all targeted that I want, you saw me talk. I don't talk about high school kids, Adrian. That kid right there, the burst off the edge, the hip bend, the length. Oh, come on, man.
Skinner's cool, DF. I like Skinner. I'll take Marvin Jones Jr. over Skinner every single day of the week.
Skinner's going to make plays, but Marvin Jones is going to terrorize him. And can we agree on this, Adrian? If neither of us land a Marvin Jones Jr., if neither of us land him, can we at least not let him go to Oklahoma, please? All right.
He's not going to Oklahoma.
let him go to Ohio State. Let him go to LSU.
That's probably where he goes. If he doesn't come to Florida State, Miami, I'm not even sure Florida's even in a real good place for him. But if he doesn't come to Florida State, Miami, it's probably like a Bama.
Yeah.
Maybe Georgia's in there. I don't know.
I don't want to see him go to Georgia. I don't think they deserve.
I hate seeing him go to Georgia too. I don't know why these kids go to Georgia over to Florida schools, but it is what it is.
So Marvin Jones, you said if you get Marvin Jones, you don't care about, and I can agree with that. That means you got elite safety, elite corner, elite.
And I got my pass rusher, Doug, and I got my quarterback. I got my pass rusher, my quarterback, my secondary's intact, and I got some 4 stars on the O-line. I'm Gucci, Doug. So
do you think Nigel Leak is a lost cause?
No, I don't.
Okay.
I would be happy with Nigel Leak's a good player too. Lost cause is a strong word. He still has personal ties up in Tallahassee.
Okay.
My thing with Nigel Leak is I don't think he's running his own recruitment.
His mom is.
His mom is.
Agreed.
I follow his mom on Twitter. And I don't know who his mom likes. I get the feeling that his mom's a Miami fan. I don't know that for a fact, but just the way she tweets is the feeling I get. And I think his mom is running that recruitment.
Can I throw this out there? Right now, if I was to base things off of Twitter and Twitter moms, I think Miami gets Nigel Leak. I think Miami gets Traquan Fagans, right? Now, this is all tied in with the fact that if I think we get 9 or 10 wins, we get Shamar Stewart. If you told me in December that Miami ends up with Stewart, Fagans, and Kelly.
Yeah, that's nasty. That's nasty.
I don't give a shit what else we got. You know what I'm saying? I really don't care. With Kamari, with Gray.
I hear you.
I mean, that's what is you going? What are y'all going to do? What is anybody going? That's about as best a class as you can get. I think you would agree with that.
I hear you.
And we're not, again, to somebody's point, we don't have Alabama money. We don't have LSU money. So we're not necessarily expecting that. If we get something like that, that's crazy. I was telling my homeboy, I was like, because I think Nigel Leak's mom is a teacher or something like that. Am I correct on that, Adrian?
I don't know what she does, so I won't. I don't know. I don't know what she does as a profession. I do follow her on Twitter.
Yeah.
And again, I just get the vibes. Maiden Day says she is a Miami fan. And that's the vibes I get when I watch her tweets.
May go look at Traquan Fagans' mama. All she posts about is Miami. She'll shout out the mother dudes that Traquan play with that get scholars, whatever. All she posts about is Miami. It's crazy. If I can get those, that'd be dope. So Adrian, let's take out Marvin Jones. Let's take out Marvin Jones. Let's take out Skinner. Who else do you really want to close on? Not that you think these guys want to close on. Who do you want to close on this class?
So you're gonna take Marvin Jones from me.
Yeah, I mean, that's up in the air, right?
So then I got to get. Then I want one of those. I'm very big on the legacies.
Okay.
So like there's another 5-star that we're in the running for, and that's Kevin Coleman, the wide receiver.
Okay.
But I would take Pritchett or Amelia over him in a minute.
Okay.
Out of the two, I don't know. Give me either one. Yeah, it'd probably be one of those two guys, either Pritchett or Amelia. I'd probably take I kind of say I want to. If you're asking me to pick a better football player, I think I'm picking Pritchett. But if you're asking me to pick who I think might be more important, I always say it's a better look for a program if you can convince the kids that are supposed to go to your school to go. I always feel like it's a bad look if your legacies are picking other schools over the places their fathers went.
Well, you remember, Adrian, what I said.
That's just my thing.
What I said early on, I didn't include Armella and Jones Jr. in the class of guys that we have to have, right? Only because of that legacy. Now, Earl Little, he was up there, right? But to Maiden Day's point, I really do think Fagans is a lock for Miami based on the way his family goes.
Mm-hmm.
So if you told me that we got Fagans, we got Rogers, and we got Graves, I'm not mad if Little goes to Alabama, right? Because at that point, we're playing tit for tat. We took two basically Alabama and LSU kids and brought them to Miami while y'all took one Alabama kid. You see what I'm saying? So I wouldn't necessarily be mad at that. Pritchett, Armella, to No Squad's point, Pritchett looks to be more athletic in the limited things that I've seen.
Yeah, that's right. His length, I think, is a little bit better. His feet movement.
Yeah.
Better.
Feet work, feet speed.
Yeah, his feet speed.
His feet speed. I do think Marvin's a wild card, man. When I was watching Marvin, and I sent this tape to Adrian, Marvin at the Miami camp. Holy shit. Right, Adrian? I mean, you see Marvin turn the corner and the closing speed on I mean, good Lord. Come on, how do you buy that from a guy? You know what I'm saying? I mean, that looks like Julius Peppers. Nobody wants to give that comp out because he's not that tall, right? But Julius Peppers, as soon as he turns the corner, it's 1 or 2 steps and you're down as a quarterback. You know what I'm saying? That's what that made me feel like watching him. Yeah, but yeah, I don't know, man. So basically, are we saying Marvin is a Miami, Florida State, or Ohio State kid, Adrian? Is that what we're saying?
I think it's a battle. For the in-state schools, I think it's a Miami, Florida State battle.
Good.
I don't know who's on the outside, though, because I've heard other schools. I've heard LSU. I've heard Ohio State. I've heard some Bama. So
yeah,
I think he's taking the process slow.
Yeah. Now I'll say this, and this isn't no shade. Little shouted us out. He said he liked our camp a lot.
Yeah, I know. I heard that. I heard that.
If we take Little, that means we don't take Fagans, right? That's what that has to mean. We're not taking 4 corners. So if we don't take Little, we don't take Fagans. And we take Little, we don't take Fagans. Excuse me. I wouldn't be mad at that. I want Little from the sense that, to your point, Adrian, he's the legacy guy, right? But if the idea was we got 2 guys that we think that are better in place of Little, I don't think I'd be mad at that either. You know what I'm saying? But that's a whole other conversation. And kind of like with you with Armella, it's like if we take Pritchett because we think he's actually better, then let Armella go to Ohio State, right? Let him go to LSU, wherever he can. I think you said LSU was on Armella pretty hard.
Yeah, from what I'm hearing, that's the school that's considered a favorite right now.
Who wants to play the star striker? Earl Little? Earl Little wants to play the star position, the striker. I don't I don't know if you see that in the major. I don't know if you watched them.
I don't think he's built for that position personally.
Can I throw some? So this is a question for you. When I was watching the spring game, and I don't know if you saw this for you guys, I saw a lot of Mackenzie Milton in pistol, right? Is pistol a look that you guys gave consistently, or is it something that they brought in for Milton because they felt like it would work better for his
I
skills?
think they brought it in for him. I don't recall
Okay.
running a lot of pistol last year with Travis. I think
Okay.
matter of fact, I think it's something that they originally wanted to do with Blackman.
Yeah.
But Blackman couldn't get the job done, and when they had to transition to Travis, they adjusted the offensive scheme to more heavy RPO, heavy read. So,
well,
pistol's more so for Milton.
I would say at the end of the day, shout out. I think we got 29 people in here, so shout out to y'all. But I think if y'all don't know what the pistol does, right? The pistol gives you this really awkward look, right? You get the shotgun snap, and then you turn your back to the defense. Safeties and linebackers don't know where the football is, obviously, right? So to your point, Adrian, if that's true, the idea is that Milton really is not a runner with the football, right? So if you're
I don't think they want him. I mean, obviously coming off that knee injury, they don't want him running.
So if you're going to disguise the run game, you disguise it with the pistol, right? Not the read option, right? Because you want to keep Milton in the pocket.
Yeah,
he turns his back to the defense, fakes the run, he finds the safety, and then he makes his decision. I think that's a good call.
There you go.
I think that's a good call. That's what Clemson did with Lawrence. Hold on.
I mean, say crazy how Blackman was better when he was skinny. Them boys stayed skinny. What are you talking about?
Blackman weighed 175 pounds, bro.
Right now. Like, boy stayed skinny.
He weighed 175, soaking wet, boy. Shout out to Belgrade, Blackman from Belgrade, man. Shout out to Belgrade, Florida, man.
Yeah, I was down there.
Were you really?
Yeah, I was down there. We went to Dixie Fried.
I was just gonna ask that. Did y'all go to Dixie's while you was out there?
Yeah, we
wasn't in Belgrade. Yeah, you wasn't in Belgrade if you didn't go to Dixie.
Dixie Friday, we went to that little crab spot they got over there. I forget the name of that one though.
Yeah. If y'all don't know, I'm a Palm Beach County boy, man. I'm just out here in Texas because God led me. You know what I'm saying? But yeah, that's dope. Now, man, I saw I had the game rolling in my background. I saw a lot of pistol with Milton. Nobody else was in a pistol like that. So to your point, I think maybe it's a protection of the knee, right? Protection of the knee. Take his legs out of it. Let the scheme protect Milton. Right?
Yeah, I don't think they want him running unless he has to run.
Yeah, no, I think that's fair.
One thing that interests me the most is how do they utilize a Travis? You feel like you have to utilize him. He's too dynamic running the ball.
Can I ask you this? You know me, I come from a background of some pretty limited coaching experience. I did it for 6 years. I know my mistakes or whatever. I don't think if I can go back, if I had a guy that could really throw the football at each level, right? And I've never coached at the college level. If I had a guy that could really throw the football and really make my offense churn, I don't think I bring in anything to disrupt that. You know what I'm saying? Like if I think Mackenzie Milton could get into a rhythm and always make the right decision, why would I involve the QB run game into this? You know what I'm saying?
But my question isn't necessarily disrupting it.
Okay.
Do you not try to put the ball like? Don't you feel like you're leaving a weapon off the field?
Let me ask you this.
Maybe a wildcat, if nothing else.
Who are your young boys again?
The receivers?
Yeah.
Burrell and McLean.
So let me ask you this. Is McLean going to break for 20 or is Travis going to break for 20?
In the run game?
On the football field. Because run game is RPO. Right?
I mean, Travis is going to break for 20. But
you're
asking me a tough question because I think with Milton having thrown the ball, yeah, I can get McLean. he's not going to average 20 a catch, but you feel what I'm saying? Like,
But so you hear what I'm saying, because we could throw Travis in the Wildcat and you could run 5 plays for 7 yards, right? But do I think Mackenzie Milton making the right decision on an RPO bubble slant?
I hear you. Yeah, I hear you. No, I
You
hear
see what
you.
I'm saying?
I hear you.
Can I get more out of Mackenzie to McLean than I can get out of Mackenzie to Travis?
I hear you. I guess my question is, if you can catch the defense sleeping with Travis, he can break it.
But we wouldn't be asleep either. Because if I'm Miami,
Yeah, as soon as he comes in the game, you already know what the deal is.
I'm playing man coverage on everybody.
Yeah.
And I'm committing 8 people to the run. You know what I'm saying? Like that's a done deal. So
I know it's going to be interesting to see how they decide to use him, for sure.
Yeah, for sure. And to Montre's point, will Travis have some packages? Is he a goal line quarterback? Probably, right?
I don't know if he's big enough.
I'm just saying though, but will he be in there? Probably.
Yeah.
You can't run a bubble screen on the goal line.
Right.
I don't know, man. I'm watching the game right now. In you would understand this because this isn't a shot, right? But there's some things to be desired on the football field, right? You have some positions. I'm looking at the running backs, looking a little skinny, right? But they run that hybrid slot position. I like Milton. Milton got a couple of good scrambles in so far.
Oh, right? You're watching the spring game right now.
Yeah. Milton got a couple of good scrambles in so far. He can spin it a little bit, right? But you have some maturation to go through. So I'm just thinking about scheme, right? If I'm coaching FSU and I got some scheme, what am I going to do? Travis might be my goal line quarterback. He might be my goal line quarterback. Because what kind of value does Mackenzie Milton bring me on the goal line? I don't know. But again, a lot of pistol with Mackenzie. That shot, I don't know who that kid is. Who's 81 for y'all? That shot just happened in real time. Who's 81 for y'all? I think he's a freshman.
Burrell?
It's Mackenzie Milton shotgun. He has twins to the right side. He has a strong set in the backfield, H-back running back. He turns around. He shows the fake. He has the post to 81 over the linebacker with the quarterback trailing.
I think that's Burrell, yeah. I think it was the safety that he beat deep.
But that's where I like Milton, right? Look down the field. If it's not there, check down later, right? To Montre's point, yep, okay, I guess I'm right then, Montre. I appreciate you. I guess I'm right then. Adrian, I don't know if you watched our spring game in Miami, but somebody said it earlier. Penalties kind of killed us early. Let me tell you right now, y'all got Duffy. Duffy versus Jake Garcia. That's going to be some shit.
So here, okay, you bring up Garcia. Do you think Garcia's going to see any playing time this year?
I think Garcia. I hope.
I'm not in no garbage time. I'm talking like significant stats.
No. I think we respect the Eric King too much. Right? De'Eric wouldn't be De'Eric if we put Jake in this place. Now, on the other hand, Adrian, of course, if De'Eric sucks, what are you going to do? Right? You're going to play the freshman, right? But that
is Garcia the clear number 2?
Without a doubt in my mind.
Over Van Dyke.
If you get a chance to go back and watch our spring game, what Garcia did with the number ones versus Van Dyke was night and day.
Okay.
Garcia gets the ball down the field. He checks down well. He holds better in the pocket. You can tell Van Dyke, and this is maybe because he's been there for a year, he's just scared to mess up, right? Garcia's out there. Ball's out of his hands, right? Phil, I disagree with you 100%. Jake Garcia with a first-team Miami offense, 5 times better than Tyler Van Dyke. No question.
5 times.
No question.
Wow.
This is speaking respectfully, dog. He dropped the ball to D. Wiggins, and we know D. Wiggins has the drops. That should have been 6 all day, right? And then he still went down and got a touchdown from a dog. Hey, Garcia is the real deal. Garcia versus Duffy, because I know, like, again, I pay attention to FSU Twitter, Miami Twitter. Oh, it must be nice to have A.J. Duffy versus Ja'Curry Brown, whatever. AJ's not going to play against Curry right away. He's going to play against Jay.
Mm-hmm.
Jay can ball a little bit now. He can spin a little bit, you know.
I agree. I don't disagree. I'm just interested to see you guys' thoughts on Garcia.
You know what I see in Adrian. You know I'm a football guy first. I'm not like I don't think as a fan, right?
Yeah.
When you watch Van Dyke play, and if you look at his release point tells me what it is. Van Dyke really wants to launch it. You know what I'm saying? Van Dyke really just the way his release is, man. He doesn't play the quick game too well, right? Whereas Garcia, Van Dyke's coming from back here. Garcia's coming from the ball up here. You know what I'm saying? Garcia's a catch, distribute. Van Dyke is hoping that he can get a deep ball to show out on. You know what I'm saying? That's just from what I see. You know? TVD won't be a Hurricane in 2 years. I mean, maybe. TVD's technically still a freshman, right?
Yeah.
He's technically still a freshman. So he may sit at Miami for what? For 2 years and still have a year left. You never know. AJ Duffy anticipation is crazy. Yeah, that's his thing. That's definitely his thing, bro. Adrian, what you looking forward to this year, man? Pro, college. I know FSU and Miami and Tampa Bay.
Well, you know me, I never really get too hyped in the pro game.
Okay.
I watched the pro game, but I'm gonna watch the LA.
Mm-hmm.
LA's got
the Rams.
Hell, both of the LA teams. If I can get
That's
Derwin
fair.
finally healthy, I mean, I would be very interested to see both of the LA teams.
That's fair.
I'm always going to check out those Vikings because of Dalvin,
Right.
and I still watch the Bucks games too,
Right.
as far as NFL goes. But you know me, I don't root for the NFL like I do for college.
Right. Right.
Garcia can't play QB. DF stupid.
Hey, DF, man. Hey, hit me up on Twitter, bro. Hit me up on Twitter, bro. At Coach Jerg on Twitter, man. Me and DF for the chill, man. I don't care what none of y'all say about DF. DF is good people.
Tampa Bay. The Lightning just won for the second. They just two-peated. Went back to back. That was crazy.
Yeah. No, Tampa Bay. I don't know. Tampa Bay might give you a repeat. You know what I'm saying? Some light.
You think so?
Some light for y'all boys, man. Some light for y'all boys, man. You know, we got Antonio Brown for a full year.
So how do we explain Tom Brady? Like, why hasn't the decline happened?
Football,
What is it about him?
Football is a really, really simple sport. And he's made it very simple because he's mastered all the details. That's why he's made it simple.
But physically, though, why hasn't he declined? Like,
because he's mastered all the details.
Like we watched Drew Brees deteriorate and in front of our very eyes in that playoff game. Where if Drew Brees could have just threw the ball 10 yards, they probably beat Tampa Bay. The man couldn't throw the ball. We saw the same thing happen with Peyton Manning, where he just was not able to throw the ball. But that defense carried them.
Tom mastered all the detail. I don't know how else to say that. That sounds really ignorant. That sounds really simplistic. Tom mastered all those little details, dog. That's all you can say, Adrian. How else does it make sense?
I don't know. That's what I'm asking. None of it makes sense to me.
That's what I'm saying. He doesn't have a big arm. He's
never really had a big arm. He's never been a big time athlete.
Tom is dropping back, and as soon as he turns his back, he knows where everything is. You can't confuse him. He's seen everything. You're gonna run a defense that Tom Brady hasn't seen. You let me know.
Yeah, that's true. That's definitely true.
Mm-hmm.
It's just crazy though.
Mm-hmm. Tom didn't take the punishment because he's smarter than all of them. He played a smarter game. Tom's been a check down warrior for 15 years, 20 years.
That's
Tom's
true.
been throwing check downs while Peyton Manning was out here. You remember? So shout out Pierre Garçon. I really wish me and Pierre was cool to the point where I could get him on here, but I grew up with Pierre, right? He made Pierre Garçon a $50, $60 million man, right? Pierre learned behind Marvin Harris and Reggie Wayne. You know who's throwing the ball? Peyton Manning.
Absolutely.
Right? Peyton Manning could throw anybody open.
Look what he did with Demaryius Thomas.
It didn't matter who it was. Demaryius Thomas, Eric Decker, Julius Thomas, the tight end. Did you hear about
Emmanuel Sanders?
You see what I'm saying? Peyton, man, these dudes into household names in the NFL. You know what I'm saying?
Absolutely. That's why I've always been a Peyton Manning guy. But
right. Peyton, and to again, I've told you this. Peyton Manning is my all-time guy, right?
Yeah.
But if I had to have this conversation objectively, who am I thinking of? Tom Brady.
It's got to be Tom.
Yeah.
It's got to be Tom. You can't deny his resume anymore.
Yeah. Tom Brady knows how to win football games. It is very simple. Win the clock battle, don't turn the ball over, and make a couple of plays. That's all he had to do. It's embarrassing that a 42-year-old could come out there and outsmart everybody on the field, bro. It's crazy. Tampa Bay for to do their thing, though. I'm waiting to see your boy Crab Legs, you know what I'm saying? In New Orleans.
Why you just can't call him his name?
You know I can't do that. You know I can't do that.
Got a name.
Crabs.
Got a name.
Crabs. J-Boo. We call him J-Boo. Is that cool? J-Boo?
You can call him that.
All right, J-Boo. I'm looking to see how J-Boo does because
why did Andrew Luck retire punishment? That's the difference between Tom and the rest of the QBs.
It made, I'll tell you this, obviously we're 3 hours in, so we can shoot out a bunch of opinions at this point. Andrew Luck is my favorite quarterback, my favorite that I've ever watched. Peyton Manning's the best ever to me. Andrew Luck's my favorite to watch. Probably between Andrew Luck and Russell Wilson. They're right there to me. But Tom Brady's the best ever, objectively. Peyton's my best ever, but those are the two my favorite to watch. Andrew can do whatever you needed him to do, dog. Whatever you needed him to do. And yeah, Phil, his name is Krabs. No squad. He's 3-0 against Miami. I think it's 2-0. Jameis is 2-0 against Miami, right, Adrian?
He's technically 3-0 because he was redshirted his freshman year.
Okay, well, he
2-0 as a starter.
2-0 as a starter. Are we going to disagree that it was Dalvin Cook who won that second game? This is a good conversation.
I don't know.
FSU versus Miami was at 14? 2014?
I think so, yeah.
Dalvin Cook won that game, bro. Dalvin Cook torched us. First year, Devontae Freeman. Second year, Dalvin Cook. I think we could all agree on that.
I'm trying to think of who my favorite quarterbacks to watch. Peyton was always fun to watch because all the stuff he did before the snap for me.
Mm-hmm. Crab Leg Festival.
I like watching Russell Wilson as well. Yeah. I used to love watching RG3 too.
He was fun. Collegiately, my favorite, my all-time great collegiate quarterback is Cam Newton.
I've said that on the channel many times.
Yeah, I don't care what anybody says.
I don't know if you can really debate Cam Newton.
Yeah. Now, Cam's my guy.
Elway and Montana are the best ever. My favorite to watch was Aikman, of course. See,
you from Dallas, so you don't.
I don't.
You from Dallas? Okay. Oak Cliff.
Like, I love having these quarterback conversations because, look, nothing against John. I think Elway was a beast as far as like prospect wise and what he was like. What he brought to the quarterback position, yeah, he was that guy. Montana, I got you. Somebody said Favre. Never been a big Favre guy personally. But to me, it's just I always go back to Dan, man. I still think Dan Marino is the guy that everybody sleeps on. They forget about this dude. And Dan Marino to this day still might be the best pure passer this league's ever seen.
Dan changed the game. At 22 years old, Dan changed the game. Bro.
He's probably still the best pure passer this league's ever seen.
Sure. Now, Dan Marino, and I said this to you 100 times, a lot of dudes get drafted because they remind old scouts of Dan
Marino.
You know, even in if you look at Buffalo, right? Buffalo drafts your boy from Miami, Kelly,
Jim Kelly,
because they probably remind him of Dan Marino, right? And then they draft Josh Allen because they remind him of Kelly, who reminds him of Marino. Marino could throw the football through a brick wall. You know what I'm saying?
Marino just is different to me.
Yeah. It was if y'all haven't seen some Dan Marino highlights, man, y'all go check it out.
And it's like if Miami just would have put something around the dude.
Never had an elite receiver. Never had an elite running back. Kareem Abdul-Jabbar. OJ McDuffie.
Put something around the dude. They might have won a couple.
You know, Steve Young was great, but Steve Young ain't no Marino dog.
No, hell no.
Steve Young ain't no Marino dog. He definitely ain't no Marino dog. Marino, I definitely. I don't like Dolphins. I don't like Dolphins fans, but Marino, you get my respect 100% of the time, bro.
I mean, the dude was throwing for 4,000 yards in a league that wasn't doing that.
That was running for 2,000.
That wasn't doing that.
Yeah.
What does Dan do in today's NFL?
Yeah.
Like, seriously, I don't know what does Dan do in today's NFL, guys? I mean, I think Drew Brees retired. Drew Brees call it quits. But yeah, I don't know, man. Dan, I always go back to Dan Marino. Aaron Rodgers is one of the better throwers I've ever seen too, and Patrick Mahomes is becoming right up there. That kid makes play after play after play that you just like, how is he doing this? Mahomes just is doing stuff off of pure talent. Yeah, that's what I'm saying, John. Dan in today's NFL, who like legitimately would he threaten like a 6K passing yard season with the way they open the field up now? You know what I'm saying? Like Dan Marino, people like don't mention the fact that all those records that Peyton Manning broke, Dan Marino did all of that in the 80s when nobody was spreading the field out like that.
When Larry Zonka and them was a running back.
Nobody was spreading the field out like that. Like it would be interesting to see him in today's league.
I gotta bring them up now.
So take on Lamar Jackson. In my opinion, he's fun to watch, but I'll take Mahomes over him any day.
Redavius, I'm a Florida boy. You'll never speak ill on Lamar Jackson in front of me. All right. Lamar Jackson, they do this with quarterbacks all the time, and I've said this to Adrian 100 times. If you want to look for the perfect pass or whatever, that's your deal. I just care about what works. Lamar works, right? We just got to figure out how to teach Lamar how to win big games.
Yeah, I'm about to say, here's my thing with Lamar. He just reminds me of a faster Cam.
Yeah.
What Lamar does now works, but eventually the NFL caught up to Cam Newton as well.
But he might throw better than Cam too, though. You know what I'm saying?
I don't know if I've seen that yet.
I definitely think you look at the numbers. I think he's better than Cam in that respect. But I also think Cam walked in with better receivers than Lamar off rip.
I mean, he had Steve Smith off rip, right?
Right. And by the way, John, while we talking, I pulled up Dan Marino's highlights in '84. As soon as Dan Marino lets go of the ball is in somebody's hands. That's how quick the ball is moving. It might as well be an extended handoff. It's crazy. You can't do nothing with this dude, man. You can't do nothing with this dude, man. Throwing back shoulder slants in the red zone, dog. Like, are you kidding me? Are you kidding me right now? Dan don't even have his feet set on half of these throws, dog. Adrian, I know if you look up Dan Marino 1984 highlights, some of these throws is crazy. He don't even have his feet set 90% of the time, man. It's crazy. Rolling out to the right, cross his body to the left, cross hash. Like, come on, dog.
I mean, like the whole narrative on Dan Marino would have been different if he had a Super Bowl or two.
Mm-hmm. Did he ever have a team good enough to win the Super Bowl? The answer is no.
No, but he carried them to
Right. Two of them things, right?
Two of them, right? Yeah.
Mm-hmm. I agree. Dan was ahead of his time, just like Mike Vick was ahead of his time, right?
Yeah, Mike.
We didn't get into that conversation, but Mike Vick's way ahead of his time. You know, crazy, man, crazy. So, Ayla, what we got up next, man? We need to be working on some stuff. You know, we need to get ready for the season. The season is what, 8 weeks away?
Well, yeah. Now that I'm home, back in the lab.
Yeah.
I know you told me you had a few things on that you're gonna send me, and so we're definitely gonna have
So for y'all,
some stuff because I'm looking forward actually to the season. I think this thing is gonna. I think we're gonna reach a different level come up this season on this channel.
Yeah, absolutely.
I'm feeling good about it. The off season's always tough because there's just not enough stuff to really talk about.
Mm-hmm.
One thing about me when I get on here, I like to actually have stuff to talk about.
Yeah. Now look, we could stretch 3 hours out of an off season. What's going to happen in September, right? When September is.
I mean, believe me, you'll see it. But we definitely gonna we still got to get our thing off and jump in, which is definitely gonna happen.
Mm-hmm.
There's a lot of stuff for you guys to look forward to from on this channel and other stuff. Like there's a lot of stuff coming up.
Hey, shout out to the 27 that's in here, man. I know y'all probably hit the like button already, man, but hit the like button, man. Alo's building special with y'all boys. You know, definitely building something special with y'all boys and y'all girls out here. You know what I'm saying? But yeah, man, I definitely look forward to this fall. Man, I'm watching. I ain't gonna lie, I still got these Marino highlights going, bro, and I'm like,
bro, you can watch them all day if you wanted to.
Yo,
if you like that kind of stuff.
You know what? About this reminds. I don't know why it took my mind here. We talk about NFL all the time. You and I with the group. We talk about AJ Brown for a couple conversations, right? AJ Brown is another dude that doesn't get discussed publicly.
He's about to now.
Absolute dog.
He's about to now.
AJ Brown with Julio Jones. If Ryan can't figure that out.
And all Tannehill got to do is give him the ball and get out the way. Like I said, if he can't figure that out, then
it might be over for him, bro. I didn't see AJ Brown take a dig route 80 yards. You know what I'm saying? 80 yards. Those are kids, man. I'm mad they not from Florida. They're from Mississippi. You know what I'm saying? I'm mad they not from Florida, man, because, boy, I would have loved to have them on my football team, man. These kids are crazy. These kids are crazy. I see Jimbo definitely should have gotten Lamar. All those problems, 5 failed QBs in a row. You know what, though? Hindsight's always 20/20, right? Everybody, if you paid attention to football, quote unquote, in the hood, you've seen 5 or 6 Lamars in your lifetime. I don't know if you agree with that, Adrian.
I was gonna say more to what he's saying is, I've said it before. Like Jimbo was recruiting Lamar. Lamar wanted to be a Seminole, but Lamar wanted to be a quarterback. Jimbo wanted him as a receiver. And like you say, in hindsight, but you got to look at Jimbo in the position he was at the time.
Right.
He didn't need Lamar Jackson as a quarterback.
Right.
He was recruiting some of the bigger names in the country at quarterback.
Right.
So, it is what it is. Like Montre said, like Noel Squad just said, we had Malik Henry, who was supposed to be the next. That failed miserably, but
Absolutely.
At the time, you could see why Jimbo was looking the way he was looking. Like, look, I got these other quarterbacks lined up. This guy has elite speed. That's what I'm gonna use him as a weapon.
Right.
So, yeah, was it a bad deal? Turned out to be, but at the time, I understand Jimbo's logic.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Ryan Tannehill is a Publix version of Ryan Fitzpatrick. That's hilarious. That's hilarious. So Ryan Fitzpatrick is Albertsons. Is that what you're saying?
Is it Win Dixie or Win Dixie?
Ryan Fitzpatrick is Win Dixie. That's hilarious, dog. That's a good one, bro. That's a good one, bro. Man, I'm watching these. I'm sorry, bro. I'm watching AJ Brown highlights now. Boy took a slant 70 yards versus the Steelers on a bad knee. Ain't that some shit? That's crazy, bro. We talking to dude playing on Sundays right now. Adrian, who you got? Who you got winning the Natty this year, bro? That's a good question. Who you got winning?
I don't know who I got winning the Natty, but I'm gonna say this: I'm tired of every year being Georgia's year.
Okay, man.
Eventually, Georgia needs to figure it out.
Hey, can we talk about Georgia for a minute? I know we 3 hours.
Of course
in.
we can. We can talk about Georgia.
Listen, me and Adrian got this thing, right? Don't talk about Georgia football in front of us. Because there's nothing to talk about.
Nothing to talk about. Nothing to talk about.
Georgia thought they was Alabama East for a second. And you're not. You absolutely
Bro, Kirby Smart has done nothing that Mark Richt
at all.
Hasn't done.
At all.
So with Georgia, again, when is it finally going to be the year?
You know what, bro? Adrian, we need to make a smoke cast, right? Nothing but smoke against all these programs that give us headaches. We need to do that.
Oh, man. We could do it.
Come on. Georgia.
We can definitely do it.
Georgia. I'm going to give you all a list right now. Georgia, Southern California, Auburn, because Auburn started feeling themselves out of nowhere.
Because of Cam. After Cam, they start feeling themselves.
Michigan. We could agree with Michigan. Right?
Yeah.
I would even add Oklahoma to that list. Oklahoma and Texas. I got smoke with all of them. Right? In my lifetime, them programs have never lived up to what they project themselves as being, bro. That's annoying. Oklahoma's in a playoff every year. Has Oklahoma won a playoff game yet? They haven't won a playoff game yet.
No, they haven't won a playoff game yet.
Well, there you go. 2 Heisman winners, probably a third this year with Rattler, haven't won a playoff game yet. Come on.
They're Heisman you. I mean, Sam Bradford, and you can just go down the list with the Heismans, but
AJ, I'm going to ask you to be real with me for a second. If Miami had a Heisman winning quarterback, do you think we're winning a national championship? At least playing in the game?
I'll answer your question with a question.
Uh-huh.
Every time Florida State's had a Heisman winning quarterback, they did what?
Bingo.
So
we're on the same page then.
Yeah.
But you see what I'm saying? Imagine having 2 of them in 2 years and not being able to knock off. They didn't knock off Georgia and who else? What was the other squad with Kyler Murray?
I remember vividly the Georgia game.
Georgia
that was a shootout.
But remember, Baker Mayfield was up, I think, 2 touchdowns on Georgia, wasn't
he? That was a shootout. I remember that game.
And they gave up the lead, and Baker couldn't make a play to save his life in the second half. Kirby Smart did whatever he did, and boy, Baker couldn't do nothing in the second half, boy. You know? Who's JT Daniels? Georgia quarterback?
That's what it is, right? I guess. He said they finally got it right with the right QB with the JT Daniels. We'll see. They've floundered that quarterback position year after year after year as well.
Mm-hmm.
At least when Mark Richt was there, the quarterback position was steady. Aaron Murray and Matt Stafford and those guys.
Mm-hmm.
You know what you were getting.
It was balling. Aaron Murray, Stafford, David Green won 40 games at Georgia with Mark Richt and couldn't get past the SEC title game. You know? Hey, you got to go watch these AJ Brown highlights, dog. This is crazy. This is really crazy right now.
Who do you think is going to win the national championship, though?
If I was allowed to pick outside of the top 2, top 3, who do I think is going to win the Natty? Who do I think is going to win the Natty? Look, obviously it's a short list. Do I think Alabama can make a run again? Probably.
Do you think the A&M hype is real?
The only reason I say yes, you know I like Jimbo as a coach.
Mm-hmm. Who's his quarterback? Mon's gone. Who's his
I was
quarterback?
going to ask, who's the starting quarterback for A&M? That's funny.
I don't know. I have no idea.
Okay. I told you.
But A&M's getting a little bit of hype this year.
Who's that?
A&M's getting a little bit of hype this year. I think what is this?
Bama.
Jimbo's fourth year now.
But A&M, I think Bama comes to A&M. Hold on, I got to check that out.
Haynes King, is that Jimbo's? Who's Haynes King? Is that Jimbo's quarterback, or are you just saying something?
It's a recruit. It's a recruit for A&M. So let me run through this. A&M has. Just hear me out, Adrian. Home versus Kent State. So I want you to call win or loss. All right.
Yeah.
So A&M is home versus Kent State.
That's a win.
Home versus Colorado.
Win.
Home versus New Mexico.
Win.
Home versus Arkansas.
Win.
Home versus Mississippi State.
Win.
Home versus Alabama.
Not a win.
Okay. Home versus Missouri.
Win.
Home versus South Carolina.
All these games are home games?
Yeah. Excuse me. At Missouri.
That's still probably a win, but okay.
Home versus South Carolina.
That's a win.
Home versus Auburn.
New coach, yeah, that's a win. I'll say that's a win.
At Ole Miss.
Lane Kiffin second year. Could be an interesting game.
So you'll give that a wash, right?
Yeah, I'll say that's an interesting game.
But then home versus Prairie View. Prairie View A&M.
Win.
And then at LSU.
I'll give it to LSU now.
Okay. So let's give them the
I think I had 2 losses?
3.
Sure.
Ole Miss was the wash.
Okay.
Right? But at LSU, at Ole Miss, their last 4 games of the season are South Carolina, Auburn. Excuse me, Auburn, Ole Miss, Prairie View, LSU. I don't know, man. I can see 10 wins. You can see 10 wins?
I mean, definitely. You pull, and then if you pull an upset, you might find yourself in you could find yourself maybe in the playoff.
Right. I'm just saying. I don't. So the point is the hype real? The record might be there. 10-2 in the SEC West. You know.
What do you think about the? I haven't asked your opinion on this one. This 12-team playoff. What's your thoughts on that?
I think it's awesome.
Really?
Because man, football is an any given Sunday sport, right?
I agree.
Right? All it takes is one game for you to slip up.
Now, do you care? Like, here's my thing on it. I like the 12 games or the 12 team. My problem is having a committee pick 12 teams responsibly. What I would prefer personally, and people might not agree with this, that's fine. There's 10 major conferences in college football. I don't care if they're the Sun Belt or the SEC. If you win your conference, you get the nod to the playoff.
Sure.
I have much more faith in the committee picking 2 at-large teams.
Sure.
Than I do having them picking a whole 12-team field.
Sure.
Because once you start talking about 12 teams, they're just going to go to the SEC and pick.
Sure.
Or go to the Big Ten, and you're going to have Oklahoma and Ohio State and Penn State in this every year. I would love to see. Give me FAU in there and Cincinnati in there and some of these schools. Why not? They win their conference, they should get automatic bid. That's my opinion.
So, and this is to the people. Jared kicks the kids out the room. Hey, Stay, you forgot you my son, though, boy. Go back to sleep.
Oh, man.
So, with that being said, the reality is, Adrian, if we're talking playoff, to your point, and FAU being in there, right? Can FAU find a way to win one game?
You never know.
But that's the point. That's the point, right? Oh, somebody in here said, "Oh, keep 4 teams in there." For what, bro? You know what I'm saying? Like, what are you achieving right now? You know,
Yeah,
like,
4 teams I don't like at all. I don't
like what are you? You know, like
we get the same. We literally have had Ohio State, Oklahoma, and Alabama damn near in every single playoffs.
can I say something?
The only teams that have rotated have been like Clemson, LSU, and Georgia. I think Michigan State made it one year.
But this is what I'm saying, bro. Football has always been a one-play type game. That's all it takes, right? All it takes is one good play to turn a game around. Appalachian State, it took a field goal block to beat Michigan. Michigan was the number 4 team in the country, right? Mm-hmm. So you're telling me FAU is running high on their high horse. They're a Sun Belt team, and they're going to play, not Sun Belt, Conference USA, and they'll play an at-large team, right? Maybe it's a Big Ten at-large, right? Maybe it's a Texas A&M, and Texas A&M has to come to Boca. You know what I'm saying? And FAU has all this belief in themselves, and they play the best game of their lives. It might be a 42-35 game, right? Because it's just one game, man. Football is an interesting sport, bro. Remember, the New York Giants beat the perfect New England Patriots. Perfect.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? All it took was a couple plays.
You see, Mind King, that's my problem. Why expand the field and not give these other conferences an opportunity? What's the point? If you're not gonna put the Conference USA and the Sun Belt and the MAC and the AAC, then just keep it at 4 teams if that's the damn case. Let's get the same 4 teams in there every year, because I just don't. If you're gonna bring it to 12, give me a legit 12. I don't want to see. Like, I can name the 12 teams off the rip just because we know how college football works. I can tell you right now, you got Ohio State, Oklahoma, Notre Dame, Clemson, Bama, LSU. Hell, that's 6 right there. All Power 5.
Right.
Just give me, I don't know, just give me the conference winners, and then it still makes the conference games mean something.
I think conference winners should get in.
Yeah.
But a playoff, they say playoff. They're particular with that. NFL is a playoffs, right? It's a plural, bro. You should play a couple of games to get in. That's my feeling. So you go with 12 teams or 16, whatever, and somebody in here say, they're playing 14, 15. Listen, man, them kids don't care how much games they play. It's football. It's championship football. I coach high school football in the state of Florida. You play 10 games, and what is it, 3 to get to the state title? 14 games.
Yeah.
You tell me these college football players won't play 15 to get in? Are you kidding me? They love that. They love that, bro. 8 sounds like a good number, but again, John, what you're gonna do, include the power. If you do 8, I feel like you should do Power 5 and then top 3 group of 5. I don't know how you feel about that, Adrian, right? But why are we awarding Power 5 teams who didn't win the conference?
Right, that's my point. And
group of 5 teams, you have no shot.
And like our Davis just said, that's what you're gonna have if you don't. You're gonna have 3-loss USC in the playoff.
Hold on real quick.
And they have no reason to be in the playoff.
Redavius, to your point, Redavius, who was the NFC East representative in the playoffs last year? The Redskins?
I think so. Yeah, the Redskins.
With 8 wins, 9 wins? What?
They might have had 8 or 7 wins that year. The NFC East was bad last year.
In a 16 game schedule?
Yeah.
So nah, man. Yeah, let them boys ride. Let them kids have a chance. Man, y'all underestimating right now the power of young men who are committed to something, bro. That's the coach in me, bro. If you're talking about young men who want to get out there and win a game, you know what? Bama's probably gonna win the seed. I get it, bro. But if you put these kids in the game versus, I don't know, they mentioned the USC or Oregon at 4 losses. Imagine a 4-loss Oregon, Adrian, or a 3-loss Oregon getting in, right? And they play a 12-0 Appalachian State. You don't tell me that's going to be a good game, bro.
That's gonna be people would be that would do big numbers. People would be so intrigued to see that, and that's my thing. Like, I want to see the Appalachian. I want to see. It's one of the things that make March Madness to me so fun to watch. That underdog. I want to see it. Do I think freaking Texas State can beat Georgia? No.
No, realistically, no.
Would I like to see it in a playoff situation? Yes, I would.
Cincinnati versus Georgia was a good game.
And Cincinnati should have won that game.
Cincinnati was a couple mistakes away from winning that game.
They blew that game.
Right, but that's the point, is that you give Cincinnati this one shot. Is Cincinnati ever going to have the chance to duplicate that?
Exactly.
Not realistically. You know? John, I hear what you're saying, bro, but again, bro, we're not saying take
see, John, you're saying that, but Boise State proved in bowl game after bowl game after bowl game, they was rocking with the big dog. They were beating Oklahomas and the Oregons and those teams.
And real quick, Adrian, to this whole conversation. By the way, y'all, I'm a Miami fan, but I went to FAU for school. So FAU is probably, aside from UCF, a group of 5 team that if they got money, would be in a real good space as a group of 5 team. I don't know if you agree with that, Adrian, but would be in a real good space in terms of location, in terms of environment, etc. Right? So let's just rock with that. If FAU got $30 million for being in the college playoff like these guys got, what do you think it would do for that program? Right? Don't you think FAU would be back, to your point, Adrian? Don't you think Boise would be back? Don't y'all think that UCF will be back again, knocking at the door? That's what it's supposed to do. The playoff is supposed to give opportunity, you know? Willie got him. Damn right, boy. Adrian, do you think Boise State, if they went in the playoff that year, they beat Oklahoma with Jared Dobransky?
Who the hell knows? But who won the Natty that year?
I don't know. Hold on.
You have to go back and check. But who the hell knows? But I'm sick of the question of UCF goes undefeated, beats Auburn in a bowl game. And they're claiming a fake national title. Well, damn it, let them play it out.
Right.
UCF should have had the opportunity to play that out.
So let's check this. This is 2007, right, Adrian? We were some
07 should be USC or Texas. Is Texas?
No. That was Florida blowing out Ohio State.
That was Ohio State.
14.
So Boise wouldn't have put up a better fight against Florida than Ohio State?
Come on.
Who the hell knows? But come on.
Boise can't get 21.
You know what I'm saying?
Boise wouldn't find 21. I'm not saying that Florida wouldn't win it, but Boise wouldn't find 21. 17.
Until maiden day the 18 playoff. I said this back before. If you want to do an 18 playoff, then at least give me the conference champions and then 3 at-larges for the Power 5 at least.
Right. That's what I was just saying,
In an 18 playoff, give me the Power 5 conference champions and then 3 at-larges.
Right.
And one of them should be guaranteed at least one group of 5 school.
Right. You're absolutely right, bro. I don't know if I told you this. You were talking about A&M earlier in Jimbo. This kid lives down the street from me, Eli Stowers, right? Quarterback, went to A&M, plays for Jimbo. I'm gonna send you his link, Adrian. Jimbo might be cooking, bro. Jimbo might be cooking a little bit. Playoff talk aside, I know that was a quick transition. But playoff talk aside, Jimbo got some horses back there. This kid's 6'4", 235, bro. You know what I'm saying? Really slinging it out there. Really slinging it out there. You know? I don't know. I think my thoughts on A&M, Adrian, I know we slide off into the playoffs and all that stuff like that. If A&M can get to 10 wins, do you not think that they make a college football playoff? especially expanded. Especially expanded.
An expanded one, yeah, they would.
Okay, so a 10-win SEC West team. Let's say their losses are to Alabama. Did we go through their schedule already?
Yeah, we did.
Okay.
We picked them to have about 2 or 3 losses. I think Bama, LSU, and I think the Ole Miss one was kind of up in the air.
Wasn't LSU on the road at LSU to close out the season?
I think it was, I think it was LSU
Because they got Alabama
at home. I think it was LSU at home.
Wasn't it Bama at home?
I don't know.
One of those two were at home.
But if they go, if they were to lose only 2 games and an expanded playoff, A&M would be in there for sure.
Yeah, so I don't know. I've seen this kid personally. I mean, not live, but I watched the Geyer games and stuff like that. Jimbo might be cooking, bro. I know that hurts on the inside. You know
No, it doesn't hurt.
Okay, cool. But Jimbo might be playing. I mean, this kid, man, Adrian, he really, to be really honest with you, the kid looks like Jonnu Smith at tight end, but he got a lot. You know what I'm saying? Like he's a massive human being, you know. But I don't know, man. A&M, that might be a conversation for one of these following weeks, right? The state of Texas A&M football.
I just want to see who's Jimbo's quarterback this year.
Yeah,
his team's kind of going rise and fall with his quarterbacks. So we'll see if this quarterback he's going to put out this year can get them to where they want to be.
yeah.
Is 2008 the year that LSU won the championship with 2 losses?
10?
That definitely would have been a perfect year for the playoff. I remember LSU when they had Dorsey as a Heisman contender, Glenn Dorsey. I think was that 2008 for LSU? Les Miles' only championship there.
I'm trying to think right now. 2008 LSU Tigers. Well, I typed in 2088. Let's see. Nope. They went 8. I think it was 09 or 10, Adrian. Oh, hold on. I think it was 10, Adrian. Two loss Les Miles team, right?
Yeah.
No, they beat A&M in the Cotton Bowl that year. Maybe it's 2012.
Where's one of them years?
Okay, 2012, they lost to Alabama in the Natty with 1 loss.
Okay, but
21-0. And you know who they beat in the SEC title game? Georgia. Mark Rick's Georgia team. They beat them 42-10. Demolished them.
I'm telling you. I'm trying to remember what year that was. LSU. They won it with the 2-loss team, and I think it was. I want to say it was the same year that USF went all the way to like number 2 or 1 in the country, or Kansas.
No.
Or Kansas was ranked up there. Like the whole college football year that year was insane.
Oh, that's 07, big dog. That's I was at USF versus FAU when they were. Yep, you're right.
LSU won the Natty with a 2-loss team.
Yep, 2007 LSU versus Ohio State. They took a loss. That was, you know what that is? Darren McFadden's Arkansas team beat LSU.
Yeah. He ran all over LSU that year.
Yep.
That's what had me believing McFadden was like the next Barry Sanders.
Don't get it twisted. McFadden was a bad boy.
He was.
McFadden was definitely like next level. Like, ooh.
But look at a year like that. A year that Kansas goes all the way up there. Like,
yeah,
that'd have been a perfect. That's a perfect playoff year right there.
Right.
Perfect playoff year. But bro, we hitting the 4-hour mark.
We moving, bro. Without Terrence, we moving, bro. We got to set a time. We got to set a time next week, big dog.
You know me on these Friday shows, I just kind of like let it flow and go how
Yeah.
it goes.
Well, when we get it together, we'll unveil to the people what the deal is, right? Um, in terms of grouping up for the fall and doing something special. But I definitely think I forgot what I said earlier, man. I think it was like we got smoke or something like that. We need to
Yeah,
make
you said something about we'll figure out a name, but something to
yeah.
do with smoke. But we'll definitely figure it out.
University of South Carolina is another one. I had a South Carolina fan tell me, "Oh, Miami fans should focus on beating Clemson." Nigga, you should focus on what? Well, who are you talking to? Who are you talking to? Clemson was 3 laps behind y'all in the 400 meter relay. It came back to win the race.
For real.
Who y'all talking to, man? Who y'all talking to? South Carolina's you know me, bro.
But South Carolina and programs like that, I don't waste my time with them dudes.
North Carolina, and you know me, man. I do this especially with you, man. I got a lot of respect for Florida State because you know we hail from the same territory. We view things a lot of what I'm saying same ways. Whereas the University of Florida's always been very they're very pompous for no
They
reason.
feel like they're above it all, and they're really not.
Their nose is all the way up here. It was like, hold on a second. Don't forget who taught y'all how to do it.
Right.
Don't forget to. So, real quick, man. I know we brought up my boy Pitts earlier. Is there anybody you're looking forward to this year in the NFL outside of FSU guys in the draft that you was like, oh shit, I want to watch that guy play football this year?
Yeah, I want to see Najee Harris. I want to see these the Trey Lance. I want to see some of these quarterbacks. Zach Wilson. I want to see these guys.
What about Jamar Chase?
Where'd he go again? I forget where he go.
He went to Cincinnati with Joe Burrow, man.
With Joe Burrow. Okay.
Yeah. That's
I mean, Devontae, all those guys. I want to see what all of these guys do.
Yeah.
The numbers say that some of the guys that we think are going to be dogs are not going to be dogs. That's just the way the numbers work out. Everybody's watching Kwame Brown. What Kwame talking about?
Kwame is wilding.
Kwame's been going off.
Kwame been wilding. Kwame been wilding.
I can't compete with Kwame, but I'm trying.
Right.
Any news on Marvin? Yeah, he's signed with the Browns.
Marvin Wilson? But y'all know the game with Marvin, man. Marvin, it's all mental, bro. That's all it is, bro. Phil, what's up, bro? Appreciate you. I'm gonna throw this up on A-Lo channel. You know what I'm saying? Appreciate you, Phil.
Don't do that again.
My bad. I'll throw up a mini you. I don't know how to do that, but yeah, there you go. That's a mini you for you, Phil.
That look like West Side or something. You can throw that up. Yeah, Devontae. But that's what I'm saying. Devontae Smith. Who did Miami pick? Waddle.
Waddle and Jalen Phillips. Salute Jalen Phillips.
Waddle. I want to see Waddle because Miami fans are torn over Waddle. Some of them wanted Smith. Some of them think Waddle was the better pick. So I'm interested to see Waddle and see if he can prove the haters wrong.
Adrian, we might have to do a post-draft chat because I've been on this. The Tyreek Hill effect is real in the NFL.
Yeah, I know. Believe me, I see the dumb shit people have been saying about people are calling Tyreek Hill the best receiver of his generation, the best deep threat receiver of all. Like, shut up.
Did y'all see the play where Tyreek Hill against Tampa Bay had a ball hit him in the face?
That was in the Super Bowl.
Come on. And it's no listen, I will always
hit
say
him right there. I said that at that time. I was like, what is
Pete me, bro. I'm gonna give this disclaimer. I always say this on this channel. I will never disrespect the pro because I have never been that. But I'm gonna tell you right now, you cannot call yourself one of the greatest ever and drop this. Okay? You can't 100%. Do it. You can't do it. Do you think D-Hop would have dropped that pass?
I can name probably 10 receivers that wouldn't have dropped that pass.
Mike Evans, you think Mike Evans dropping that pass?
I can name 10 receivers that wouldn't have dropped that pass.
And not just dropping that pass, not letting it hit them in the face. You see what I'm saying? Come on, I don't care what's covering you, bro. That was silly, dog. Prove two. But you know what, Philly?
And he's not even the best. He's not even the best little wide receiver I've ever seen.
Can I just throw something out? Because I'm gonna guess Philly. Philly, are you Samoan? That seems Samoan. But without that being said, bro, Tua may not be all that. Tua can play. You know what I'm saying? It's not like Tua can't play. But every quarterback is a product, and Adrian, you would agree with this. Every quarterback is a product of their circumstances, unless you're Tom Brady, apparently. Right? Every quarterback is a product, or Peyton Manning. You know, you're a product of your circumstance. So if you got dudes that can get open, you're gonna find them and you're gonna make it work. But I don't think Tua is some game changing talent. I think Tua can play though. You know, talking like people talk about Tyreek in the same breath as Randy Moss. Think about how outlandish that is.
That is so disrespectful, dog.
Come on, man. Randy Moss has a verb named after his last name. No kid is waking up. Oh, dog, you got healed today. You know what I'm saying? I'll argue, Adrian, do you think Tyreek Hill is more exciting than Devin Hester? Real talk.
The only thing I would say about Tyreek over Devin Hester is because Devin Hester was a specialist and he could never really find his niche as a receiver. I think they even tried him at DB. Or I think he was originally a DB, Devin Hester was.
He was, but the game wasn't made for Devin.
Tyreek Hill gets more opportunities to showcase.
But that's
than Devin Hester does.
But again, who's more exciting with the ball in their hand? Who's more exciting than you? That's a good question to ask, right? Mm-hmm. Every time Devin touched the football, I thought it was 6.
Absolutely.
Tyreek.
No, you're absolutely right. I don't rock with the Tyreek hype.
Yeah,
I think Mahomes is making that dude. He's fast.
Yeah.
You know, but
we've talked about Adrian. We need to do.
There go Adam.
Devin has agreed. What's up, Ant? Adrian, we need to do a roundup, a pro football roundup one of these days, bro.
Again, I don't even think Tyreek Hill's the best small receiver I've seen. I take Steve Smith over Tyreek Hill all day, every day, and twice on Sundays.
Didn't we talk about that in the chat one day? Did we talk about that one day?
Probably did. Like I don't see what people see in Tyreek Hill. Other than he's fast. He's fast. Don't get me wrong. He's fast.
But real quick to Philly talk about Tua. He's not really earlier first round talent. I get that, but it's a quarterback, so it's always going to be overvalued, right? Yeah. Whereas you're talking about,
look at Daniel Jones and guys like that.
Right. Daniel Jones was just like, man, I might not find another kid as good as him, and they're not necessarily wrong. You know what I'm saying? So quarterbacks are always going to be overvalued. We can't get Kellen Mond was overvalued to an extent. I know Adam's in here. I know he likes Kellen Mond, but to an extent, Kellen Mond in any other draft wouldn't be.
Where did Mond end up going?
It was 4 into the Vikings, round 4. Was Kellen Mond a round 4 quarterback based on what we know about quarterback play, Adrian? I don't think so. You think Kellen Mond was a 4th rounder, whatever he was?
4th or 5th is a fair grade.
You think so?
Yeah.
I don't think so. I think Mond can, come in and run an offense, but I thought he'd be a 7th round guy.
That's understandable, believe me.
Just on my experience, but me and Ant have talked about Ant likes Mond a whole lot.
Here you go, Jared. I got something for you. And we're gonna close this thing out soon, guys. But we just vibing. But I got this one for you. Richard Sherman is the most overrated. Same with Josh Allen.
Absolutely.
I knew he was gonna.
Absolutely. Listen, I'm a Tampa 2 guy to the death of me. But what did Sherm do? Sherm benefited from the eraser, Earl Thomas, and the enforcer, Cam Chancellor. Who has Sherm been without them? Bobby Wagner on the underneath. Come on, dog. Who was y'all ever confident in Sherm locking the dude up one-on-one? Adrian? Who? Again, this is on the internet. So Sherm, if you come at me, bro, I'd be flattered.
Right.
right? I'd be flattered if you would consider my opinion. But Sherm, you are a dope Preston Bell cover 3 corner. You are smart as hell. Sherman's not Patrick Peterson. Sherman's not Darrell Revis. Sherman's not Jalen Ramsey. He's a multi-million-dollar brother, and I wish he let me hold some, right? But Sherman ain't none of them dudes. Josh Norman was with the
Sherman's not Cromartie.
No, man. Yeah, people forget what Cromartie did. What was that 07, Adrian?
Yeah.
Come on, bro.
Sherman's not Cromartie.
So Cromartie had 10 picks that year. You know what I'm saying?
Dante Hall. I remember Dante Hall was exciting.
Yeah.
Is Josh Norman even still in the league? I don't think so. Is he?
That's what I said. I thought he was on a Washington football team.
Dub said Sherman ain't even Chris Harris. Yeah.
Adam's absolutely right. But again, man, I've always been this proponent. If for y'all that have been in here for 4 hours, salute to y'all. Y'all learn something about me.
Yeah, if you stuck with us the whole 4 hours, y'all.
Real, bro. Shout out to y'all. I wish
love y'all. Love you guys. Thanks for the support.
But the reality is, bro, I've never been a guy I'm a Bucks fan. I'm gonna let that be known right now. I've been a Bucks fan. Rondé Barber is one of my favorite guys. He's a zone first corner, right? I have never believed that zone first corners are better than the guys who could lock up man to man. I would never put Sherman in the same category as a Revis or one of these guys. I just never would. I just never ever would. That's not fair, bro. You know what I'm saying? To run with a guy the whole game, Patrick Peterson will follow your number one the whole game. That's what it's supposed to be, you know. Browner. I don't know if Browner was a better corner, but Browner had, I don't know when y'all played Mortal Kombat on the Sega. If you that old, you played Mortal Kombat on the Sega. You know what I'm talking about, Halo. A Street Fighter on the Sega, and you had that finishing move. Browner had a better finishing move than Sherm, and that was that press at 6'3", 225. I don't know if y'all remember that, Halo. You put Browner in press coverage, it was a wrap. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
You ain't for to do that. That's what we was talking about Alabama, Miami earlier. If we could get up and press the line like that, we have a shot. If we don't have a shot. You know what I'm saying? Nah, Sherm not better than PP.
Bro. Of course not. Shout
out South Florida, man. Sherm not better than PP, man.
I could name, I'm saying during Sherm's time, there's a lot of, Xavier Rhodes is another one who Xavier Rhodes, and these were guys who were asked to cover number ones.
Right, bro. And again, for Sherman, which is, hey, you're on the left side of the field.
Right.
Stay on the left side of the field because it works. You know what I'm saying?
Now, you were great at what you were asked to do, Richard Sherman. Don't get it twisted.
Right.
Nobody's knocking that, but,
Right. Right, bro. I know, man. I know Sherman. I think he's going to go down as one of the all-time best, but I'm never going to look at him and be like, you know what I'm saying? Like, is Sherman better than Sam Madison and Surtain and them dudes? Like, come on, bro. Ain't up there, Charles.
Is Sherman better than Samari Roll?
That's a good one.
Yeah.
Good old Samari.
Samari Roll is slept on real heavy.
Buddy brought up Charles Woodson. I don't know where Charles Woodson ranks for me because I don't know if I should rate him as a corner or safety.
I'm about to say, I've always talked about Charles Woodson. I always felt like as a corner, he was good but never
elite.
And I thought he didn't really become elite till they moved him to safety.
I was going to say Charles played in the Champ Bailey era, and that was Champ's era.
And that was Champ's era by far.
Yeah, no question.
Yeah.
No question. That's a good one, man. Adrian, they giving us talking points. They giving us talking points. Samario, y'all remember?
He slept on, bro. Samario slept on heavily.
Bro. They had Samario.
He was all pro, bro.
Starks. They had Dwayne Starks, right? They had Ed Reed. They had Ray Lewis on the Ravens, and then they had Steve McNair. You remember that? They had all of them dudes on the Ravens back in Madden 08 and 09. whatever that was. You know what I'm saying? That's crazy, man. That's a crazy. I've never said that out loud. That's a crazy. Wasn't Jamie Sharper on that squad? Am I tripping? Or
No,
Bullware? Was it Jamie Sharper or Bullware on that squad?
I don't think Bulware was still on that squad by then. I could be wrong
Mm.
though. I know Bulware was on the first Super Bowl squad
Mm-hmm.
for the Ravens.
You know, Adrian, as we get closer to the wind down here, I've kind of kept the Florida State game going. I don't know why, but I've kept it going. I bounced between that AJ Brown and the Miami game, right? McKenzie doesn't throw a bad deep ball, but McKenzie's actually pretty decent pushing that down. Do you think that opens up for y'all this year a little bit?
I hope so. I haven't really. I would have honestly. I didn't watch much of him at UCF, to be honest.
Okay.
I would have to go back and see just how big his arm is.
Yeah.
But at this point, I don't even know if we need him to have a. His arm's good enough, in my opinion.
Maybe let's
I just need him to be accurate and, like you say, play the point guard.
But
that'll be fine.
But that's what I'm seeing, man. I'm seeing McKenzie hit that step in his drop, right? Whatever it is, and the ball's out and it's accurate, right? It may not be zipping, right? But it's moving, it's getting there.
Yeah.
You know, we'll talk about it, man. But I think that's a good even both teams to look at the spring game and maybe not just us, maybe looking at Clemson because we both, Clemson is a foe for both of us, right? Seeing what Ugalele did in the spring game, right? That's a really bad name, but that dude. Hey, y'all, again, I'll tell y'all this. Anybody in the chat that's still here, Adam will know this. I'm a football fan first, right? Miami is right after that, right? Ugalele, man, if I had a chance to coach that kid, golly, that's a big boy, Adrian. I don't know.
He's huge. I'm about to say he's huge.
He's huge. He can run. He got to rock it. Wide receivers again. But so Philly, again, McKenzie can hit it, and he'll hit it on time, but McKenzie's not going to wait for that dude to open up and then launch it, which is like what I was saying earlier. I would see him hit the back of that drop and then get it off, but not sit there, pick, and then launch it over the top. I don't see that happening from McKenzie. I really, really don't see that happening from McKenzie. Shit, my bad.
Is Ed Reed the greatest Hurricane?
Isn't that really subjective?
Of course it is. Because we all got our favorites.
Are we talking about the best at playing football? That's a good question, right?
I don't know.
Are we talking about the best at playing football because
is he the best football player
to ever wear a Hurricane uniform?
Right.
Because some people I can make the argument for Bernie Kosar because without Bernie, we don't have any of this, right? If you want to talk about best Hurricane coaches, we could argue Coach Stellenberger because without Coach Stellenberger, we have none of this. Adrian, you know this name, Melvin Bratton and these guys.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? Rowan Marley is the best king. That's a troll. Good job, Philly. Congratulations. That was a good troll by him, man. It was a good troll. Definitely a good troll. But yeah, I don't know. I'd read the best football player to put on a Canes uniform. It'd be between him and Sean Taylor, wouldn't it? Sean Taylor was arguably the best football player Adrian, I don't know how you feel about this because this is maybe nostalgia speaking. Did we see a better football player in our lifetime than Sean Taylor? Let's just take all your alliances aside.
I don't know.
Isn't that that's a real question to ask?
The reason
right?
why I can never answer that question because we just didn't get to see enough.
Right, but I'm just saying, if you were to look at Sean Taylor in college, right? What do you have? 12 interceptions in 2 years, or something like that. He was clearly in college the best football player. I don't know how you feel about it, but I don't care where you was drafted, he was the best, bro.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? I don't know if it's about being the best. Cortez Kennedy is a great option there, DF. Again, we're gonna have DF. Follow me on Twitter, Mr. J Jay Henry. Holla at me. Um, but um, but yeah, Cortez, maybe the most dominant. Randavius. So Asia, to your school, because I ain't gonna make it about mine. Best Noel. Maybe that's another conversation, Adrian.
Ever?
We might have to make this a separate discussion. You know what I'm saying? That's a talk, bro. You know what I'm saying?
I agree.
Peter Warwick might be the most exciting, but was he the best to ever put on a no uniform?
I mean, off the top, I would just go with Dion.
But again, is he really the best ever?
I know, that's what I'm saying. And then you can make a case that Terrell Buckley had a better career than Deion Sanders did. So
it's possible that Terrell was a better college player than Deion.
Right, that's what I'm saying. If we're going off just college, you know, if we're going off pros, then it gets a little bit easier.
Right. Right. I don't know, man. We might have to make that into a separate segment because
you got a guy like Ron Simmons, who was really the first premier recruit FSU that Bobby was able to get, that kind of set up the whole, you know, pipeline sort of for Florida State.
Right.
And Marvin Jones Jr. Marvin Jones.
Right.
Might be the best Seminole ever, if you're being completely honest about it.
If we're gonna have an objective discussion, because naturally you say Dion, naturally I can say Ed Reed. Not a lot of people argue with me, but if we're talking about who is the best to ever put on a uniform in college, can you think, like, for me, can I think of a more intimidating force than Sean Taylor?
Right.
I don't think I could do that. You know what I'm saying? I never watched primetime play, so I don't have the answer for FSU. You know what I'm saying? I really don't.
I mean, you have a hard time convincing me that too many guys over Marvin Jones.
It's a tough conversation, right?
I mean, we can say prime time all we want, and I get it, but you're just not going to gloss over what Marvin Jones accomplished at Florida State.
Right.
He's arguably one of the most, not arguably, he's one of the most decorated linebackers in all of college football history, period.
Right.
People remember Derrick Brooks because of his pro career, but Marvin Jones was the first guy you talked about. You talked about Florida State linebackers. I mean, a guy like him.
But see, even with that, like Miami, Ray Lewis, Dan Morgan was a bad MFer, bro. Dan Morgan was that guy. Don't get it twisted. Dan Morgan was that guy, bro. You know what I'm saying? It just might have. We did the all-time selection at one point, right?
Yeah, we did our all-time.
Maybe that's a real conversation. You know,
probably is. There's a lot of guys you can pick.
That's a real conversation. It's a real conversation. I don't know, man. We'll pick it up, man. Hey, again, I think there's 20-something people in here, man. This ain't even my channel, but shout out to y'all, man, for kicking it with us, man. 28 of y'all in here. If y'all ain't hit the like button for my boy, man, continue to hit it. Excuse the bed in the background. My kids messed it up, but we'll fix it for the next chat. Adrian, we going to have to revisit some of these topics, dog. We're going to have to revisit some of these topics big time, bro. You know?
I agree. But we got a whole off season for that still. We still got all of July. And then, of course, we got more things coming up for sure.
And real quick, shout out to Miami with his 4 commitments, because that's all we're going to have this cycle is 4 commitments, right, Adrian?
No one said that, but
we got 4 commitments.
Shout out to Miami and their 4 guys.
We gonna have 4 commitments in another kayak camp. Is that what it's a kayak camp?
Well, y'all might want to not have the kayak camp no more. Why would y'all allow to go away from the kayak camp?
Can I ask you this? If I'm gonna say if, because I'm not a betting man, right? Real quick. So DF, I'm gonna say this. I love the fact that you highlighted that. One of my best friends, you're not one of my best friends, a good friend of mine, Keith Byers, played with Jerome Brown in Philly. And I was too young to understand how good Jerome Brown was until he brought that to my attention. Jerome Brown, to a lot of people, is arguably the best football player to ever put on a Miami Hurricane uniform. I don't know if you know that, Adrian, but
I remember you talked about it when we did the all-time teams.
yeah, Jerome Brown, to a lot of people,
You said that people that were around him all thought that they were the best football player they'd ever seen.
they thought Jerome was the guy. They thought Jerome was, I would almost say Reggie White level in terms of his level of excellence. Just a completely, right? But again, shout out to Phil. Rutgers is going to out-recruit Miami. But Adrian, at the end of the cycle, what's that, December, right? Early signing day. We need to have a show to revisit this, right? Because a lot of the recruiting experts in here, you know what I'm saying? Oh, nobody played for Miami, blah, 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 blah. We'll see. We'll see what it is. And we didn't go.
Look, here's the deal. Y'all see, you're not on this.
Correct.
All the time.
Correct.
Okay, so
correct.
The trolls come out in response to the stuff that these Miami fans be saying. July was supposed to be y'all's month. Y'all was supposed to land 5 or 6 guys this month.
Sure.
So the trolling comes out when y'all missed out on Tolan. You missed out on the boy that went to Penn State.
Sure.
And there's another one y'all missed out on. That's why people coming for y'all. I just have fun. Honestly, I just have fun with it. Miami's not going to finish with 4 guys. We know that.
Correct.
I think y'all land Shamar Stewart, and I think you're still in the lead for Bassett, quite honestly. But
I say we're praying on it, but I'll say, and obviously I'm just messing around, right? Like I don't believe that. If anybody really thinks that's true, like come on, right? Like a dude on 24/7, I forget who it was talking the other day, but it was like, you know what? If we wanted to just commit guys, right, we can get some guys tomorrow, right? But that's not it. To your point, Adrian, if you think we can get Shamar Stewart, right? Would you, knowing you, Adrian, we could be playing NCAA the football game, right? If you knew that the make or break was getting a recruit higher than you, right? In the case of targeting a lower tier guy as opposed to Shamar Stewart, would you not sell out for Shamar Stewart? You know what I'm saying? Like that's what I think it is. I think right now we're selling out for Shamar. You're selling out for Wesley Bassane. You're hoping that Traquan Fagan's mama decides his recruitment, because if she's deciding it, he's coming to Miami, right? And if you end up with those dudes plus Devin Jackson, the class is over with, right? We don't need anything else in Miami at that point. We've locked up linebacker DN, whatever. Probably the kid out of Homestead at DN, whatever his name is, right? But truthfully, to anybody out there trolling people on Twitter and whatever, the realistic thing is when Tolan committed to LSU, I was like, yeah. And we said it earlier, right, Adrian? He didn't commit to Blake Baker.
Yeah, he committed to LSU.
Yeah, he committed to LSU on his T-shirt, and I'm not mad at him, right? Now, again, if he committed to Ole Miss over Miami, I would say, okay, Miami, you have an absolute problem. You know what I'm saying? But going to LSU, I'm not necessarily mad at it. I think we end this cycle. The talk is 15 to 18 recruits, just so you know. 15 to 18 recruits because they want to –
15. Yeah. If you're targeting 15,
yeah,
and your 15 are supposed to be these elite guys, then it does make a little bit of sense.
Well, it's a 15 to 18 period because we took 2 of our scholarships on transfer portal go towards this class. The guard from UNLV and then the running back that we got from Tennessee, both of those scholarships go towards this class.
Mm-hmm. So
that's taking 2 away. So they're saying 15 to 18 because that 15 to 18 will mean that we still leave room for transfers in the following class. Because obviously that's something that's become a part of who Manny Diaz is.
Well, it's become a part of college football. But
right.
yeah.
So I'm not stressing. I think, and a dude on 24/7, and I've said this earlier, if we don't win games, then I would be really scared for the recruiting class.
Absolutely, because you're shooting high, right? So
yeah,
you're shooting high, but you're not putting a product on the field that the high recruits want to see.
Right.
Then now you're going to have to try to play catch up with some of these other guys.
Right. You have to get in on these hybrid 3-4 star guys, whatever. Yeah. Right. Just real quick, I know we're winding down, but just looking at that list, Shamar. I don't think we get Kamari Wilson. If anybody wants to put that on the record,
I don't think we get Kamari either.
it's not because I don't think we can get him. I think the room is too stacked right now. I don't know if you paid attention to our safety room, but Kamari's going to have to. I mean, unless he comes in and shows out, he's going to have to wait 2 years, right? Traquan, I think we get Traquan. Jaleel, I don't think we get Jaleel Skinner. I honestly think, I don't know about you, Adrian. I don't know how y'all feel about him going to Florida State, but I think he ends up being like a Clemson kid. I don't know why. I feel, Jaleel Skinner, the tight end.
We'll see where he goes. From what I heard, Clemson wasn't interested in him.
Really?
From what I heard.
I thought he would end up in Clemson.
I heard
I could be wrong.
He liked Florida because of what Pitts did this past year. He came to his official visit with us, and they were saying he was damn near on the verge of committing, but they told him to hold off and take his other visits. And I'm hearing that he's actually having a good time with Miami as well. So I don't think Skinner is nowhere near ready to decide. That's going to be probably a signing day decision for him.
So we also are targeting this kid. I didn't realize it's a Haitian kid out of Arizona. I didn't know that we went that far west with that, right? But Anthony Lucas.
D lineman?
Yeah, I mean, Bama's on him hard.
Yeah.
Notre Dame's on him hard. But I think that's the thing. Like, I haven't talked to you about this class too much. But if we get Shamar, I think another kid or two is going to come with him. I don't know how you feel about the way that goes. But it's not like Shamar is just some regular talent. You know what I'm saying? So you get Shamar. Hopefully Anthony Lucas comes. We don't know. Hopefully Kelly comes. We don't know. But I'm hoping Shamar will bring in one of those two. Earl Little Jr., I forget who said it in here. He's the Bama kid. I think that's – I hate to say it, but I think that's true, right? I don't think we get Armella. I think we get Wesley. Jaden Gibson right now offensively is the guy I'm hoping for big time. Big time. I don't know.
Is that the wide receiver?
Yeah, the 6'4" kid.
I think they're saying Florida is the spot for him right now. I think he's a Florida lean right now. Could be wrong though.
Yeah, he's a Florida lean. I know he enjoyed Miami, but again, I think it comes down to what he sees the on-field product this year, right? Do you look at Miami's offense and you see us not be able to move the ball again? Alabama, and by the way, we talked about Alabama earlier. Does Alabama have that same stingy defense that they had 6, 7, 8 years ago? I don't think so.
They haven't been shown it.
Right. So, I mean, if that's the case, man, we better be able to move the football and score some points, right? That will go a long way. If we do as good as Florida did against Alabama, we have a shot. Isaiah Horton, happy we got Chris Graves. But the other one, again, Devin Jackson out of Nebraska. He runs a 10.55 and 100 as a 200-pound linebacker. So hoping for that kid. Definitely hoping for that kid. But we'll see. Not to get off top, but we'll see. We'll see.
We're going to have to do a whole show just dedicated on recruiting.
Yeah. Hold on, Phil. Anthony's a legacy recruit? I didn't know that.
Says Earl wants to follow other Bama guys from South Florida. I don't get that logic at all. But shout out to Earl Little.
Yeah. Hey, man, I don't know about you, man. If you good.
Yep. Let's do it. Thanks everybody who came out and showed up. Hit that like button on the way out if you didn't hit it in on the way in. But we hadn't done a triple shot in about 2 months, so this was good, man.
Yeah.
We're going to do more of these.
Real quick, Phil, I don't know if you saw me earlier, man. Follow me on Instagram, bro. We'll holler at you real quick, man. We'll continue the conversation about Lucas. I'd love to learn more about Lucas because I don't follow Kane's Twitter like that. I ain't messing with it. Yeah, man. Hey, shout out to everybody that attended. Like Elo said, man, it's been a minute, right, Elo?
Yeah, 2 minutes since 2 minutes, 2 months since we did one of these.
Yeah, we got to get the trio back together. hopefully my man Benny got a new coaching job, by the way. I don't know if you guys were in here with Benny, but he moved to another school in the Houston area. He's really excited about it. So hopefully we'll
Okay.
get him on here. Yeah, he says to get really good athletes at that location. He's a running backs coach, moved from linebackers to running backs. So that's dope for him. But yeah, man, that's dope, man. We'll see y'all around, man.
Absolutely, guys. Thanks for coming in.
Yeah.
And hey, like always, we out here, baby. See y'all
Yeah.
next time.
I'll let you.
All right.